Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hope everybody's doing all right. I know everybody's probably anticipating 8 o'clock tonight, Eastern time, as we all should be. You know, as I stroll around on the internet and read different comments from all over the world, it it amazes me that people are the cesspool that they've turned into. They forget Iraq, Kuwait, and all the things that these people have done to the American people over the years. And it's because they didn't live it. I honestly believe I honestly believe it's because they just didn't live through it. So they try to project their nastiness on everybody else. Yeah, pimp, I did. And that right there alone shows just how sick these people are. And they're trying to spin that, and I'm talking about the people around the electric plants and on the bridges. They're trying to spin that as these people being dedicated, and what people don't understand is they have no choice. These people are being forced out there. It's dude, I watched a little thing about an Iranian couple and how normal their life is. And right then because you could look at the husband and he didn't even want to look at the camera, right? It was almost like he was being forced to sit there all proper. It was just very weird. Yeah, it's all propaganda. And these people, man, to shame Trump about trying to do what he's doing. Well, these people want to see American dead. I mean, fuck, they've chanted death to America for years. And look, I'm no military expert, but I know when somebody's trying to play mind games. You just pick up on little things as you see it. And it's like people don't fall for that shit because, for one, we've lost a lot of Americans. If you've never had a service member, somebody in your family that's been killed or tortured by one of these people, then you probably ought to keep your fucking mouth closed when it comes to you trying to humiliate somebody for trying to defend America. And it's sad that like all these people would rather see America go down slowly than stand with them. Sometimes you have to do shit you're not proud of during war. And that's just the way that it is. And the fact that these people would fucking put regular civilians around a power plant to try to keep somebody from striking it says a lot. Why not just fucking open the straits up? And I'm gonna tell you something. All these oil baron motherfuckers need to pay for this shit too. Because they've helped cause this, regardless of what you want to think. By them raising the price of oil to where people can't afford to pay for it, they are contributing to this right along with them. These greedy fucks. It's fucking sickening, man. It really is. It is sickening. And I hope that Trump does something to these people for doing this. Let's see what Dave's talking about. And I really do appreciate people like this right here trying to keep us informed. And I know that, Zach, I know that listen, I get it. I understand that. And that's the narrative that they're pushing, right? But I promise you, it's deeper than that. It's a lot deeper than that. But that's what the go-to thing is to say is Trump sucking Israel off. It's okay.
You guys are doing
That's what
great
you wanna
wherever you're
believe.
watching from today. I'm filming this on April 7th, and the clock is ticking down to President Donald Trump's power plants and bridges ultimatum to take out those in Iran and what would be a devastating blow to the Iranian regime and a major escalation. And at this hour, we are now learning that Iran has rushed out human shields across sites in Iran. Why are they doing that? So that when innocent people die, the human shields die. They can use that as propaganda. It is a very, very serious situation. We also have updates that all communication reportedly has ceased. Negotiations for a ceasefire have totally collapsed. It's a very, very.
And see, these people will do suicide bombings, and I probably shouldn't say that because YouTube will probably censor it, but it's okay. You can't negotiate with people like this. If they're willing to take their own people out, you think they give a fuck about a civilization all the way across the globe? No. And who gives a fuck who Trump's with right now? These people need to be stopped. That's the end. That's the end of it. They just need to be stopped. I don't give a fuck about all the rhetoric and, all the narrative spinning and all that shit.
Very serious situation. So we got a lot to get into. As always, please make sure to like and subscribe. Totally free. Cost you guys absolutely nothing at all. A huge boost to the channel. Let me know in the comments below, what do you think about Iran using human shields? Will the attack happen? We will be live streaming at 7 p.m. Eastern tonight.
Ask yourself this, right? Because I'm going to tell you, ultimately, what's going to happen is they're going to go through with these strikes. And all these bleeding hearts are going to be mad at Trump for doing it. But they're not going to be mad that the oil reserve is fucking running dry, and you're not going to be able to take care of who you need to take care of. That's the reality of it. Now, I don't know how much oil we have in reserve, but these people are trying to hold up the world stage economically to get what they want out of this. And you'll never satisfy these people. So it's just better just to be done with them. And I hate it. I really do. I hate it because I don't want to see anybody die. But how in the fuck do you deal with terrorists? You can't. You never have been able to. And the people that's mad at Trump right now, were you mad when they fucking rushed the embassy over there and fucking beheaded our United States, workers over there? And I know I'm not saying all this correctly, but was you outraged then when they took them fucking women out there and cut their heads off just because they were American? Were you outraged then? Was you outraged when some young lad from Utah or Oklahoma somewhere stepped on an IED over in Iraq? No, you wasn't. And it's because you're disconnected from it. And it's okay. I'm not mad at you. But you have to look at the bigger picture. This has to be done. And it should have been done a long time ago. These bleeding hearts is why this shit has gotten this bad.
To go over it in real time. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Hit the notification bell, all notifications on. And then Instagram, David_Hookstead, XD Hookstead. Send me any tips you got. Now let's get into it. So right here, it says new in a call with Fox News' Brett Baier, Trump is saying the 8 p.m. deadline could change if negotiations move forward, but he is sticking to the deadline as of now. So as of the filming of this video, Trump is sticking to the 8 p.m. Eastern deadline.
What's up,
if
Mama?
the Strait of Hormuz is not open by 8 p.m., the attack will proceed. He was saying they have the targets picked. They know exactly what will be bombed, and the attack will commence at 8 p.m. Eastern if the Strait is not open. Now, you might think that negotiations would rapidly be trying to be advanced to avoid this situation. However, Wall Street Journal is reporting at this hour, Iran has cut off direct diplomacy with the United States. The talks have collapsed. When the talks collapse, what do I always say? When the talking stops, the bullets start flying. Well, the bullets have already been flying. The bombs have already been dropped. And now, hours away from the 8 p.m. deadline, Iran has cut off all talks with the United States, which means we are moving much closer to this horrific possibility. These are human shields. Now, there are some other videos out there on the internet that are quite frankly too dark and too grim to put on YouTube. I don't want to risk the video getting taken down. What you see here is they are flooding power plants and bridges across Iran with human shields. They are standing them at the gates. They are flooding the bridges with them. The bridges, I can tell you, are packed with people. Now, the Iranian regime will likely try to claim these are proud supporters.
Hey, and one thing about me, I'm not gonna never agree with somebody, just try to keep them happy. The fact of the matter is there's some serious shit that's going down. And all they're trying to shame somebody and put negative comments and all this shit about how, I'm watching these people, instead of talking to people, they're fucking trying to humiliate them in the comments. And it's like, bro, that's not how you deal with people. That's how you push people away. That's how people get it's evil, man. This internet has turned people's fucking minds evil and rotted. It really has.
We know that, well, and that there could be some. Let's not discount the fact there could be some. But what you really have here is a lot of women and children that are being lined up outside the targets, and they're going to force the United States to make what is an impossible decision. If we go through with the attack to cripple the regime and reopen the Strait of Hormuz, innocent people will be killed. And then Iran will turn around and say, look at the United States of America. They are killing innocent people.
Right.
This is a sick, disgusting tactic to use human shields. The United States would never in a million years ever do this. The Iranians, with the clock ticking down, have made the decision they are willing to sacrifice civilian lives.
People are so
in this attack, and that is the difference between us
and I don't mean that
and the
IRGC
and Islamic dictatorship in Tehran.
What it is.
The U.S. government doesn't.
At one time, Trump was one of the most celebrated figures in the United States that there was. He was the greatest guy. Everybody wanted to be like him. And, as soon as he started running for president, then all of a sudden this narrative switched because that he was some racist piece of shit that didn't give a fuck about nobody. And I just hate to tell you, that's just not the case.
Do this. We believe in freedom, liberty, and prosperity.
And just lived a lavish lifestyle.
A sick, he didn't have evil and appalling government does. So we have a choice that is going to have to be made. And it is going to be horrific on all levels when innocent people are killed. However, it is a war. And difficult choices have to be made. And at the end of the day, these people's death will solely be on the regime for forcing them to act as human shields. Now, there's been a lot of talk about the use of nukes. A lot of people are worried that nukes could be used. A lot of media outlets are pushing the narrative we are close to nuking Iran. A lot of people on YouTube are close to saying we are going to nuke Iran tonight. The White House is officially denying that they will use nukes, according to the AFP. So the White House saying nukes are not part of the plan. I want to be crystal clear with you. I want to cut through the BS. This is not about fear mongering. It's not about scaring people, which other people are doing for money and attention. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to tell you the truth. We are not going to use nukes in Iran. We're not going to do it. There's no need to do it. We have other weapons we can use. We have massive 30,000-pound bunker busters. So we've got conventional capabilities that are unbelievably strong. We're not going to use nukes. Anyone who's saying we're going to use nukes is doing it for attention. They are doing it for attention to scare people, drive up their views, and make money. So will a nuke be used? It will not be. It would be, there's no reason to do it. And the military.
Hey, can y'all still see me? I'm getting them like a blue line through here. It says YouTube is currently experiencing some issues with their APs that might prevent some users from going live on the destination. Our team is monitoring their platform for further updates. Can y'all still see the stream?
Military has a unlimited range of options that do not have nukes. So don't let people scare you. The White House has already made it clear they are not going to use nukes. Now, even before the 8 p.m. ultimatum, this is a list of targets that we have hit. We've got the Yabad Railway Bridge in Isfahan province. We've got a bridge in Tabriz, a bridge in Zajan, a bridge in Hashtrud, the Tabriz Mini rail line, a rail line in Karaj, bridge outside of Qom. So we have already hit a ton of bridges. And this is footage of bridges that have been struck. So we are hitting, there's a bridge that has been bombed and is collapsed. Another one. And then right there, some acts of bridges.
What good does it?
So we are hitting the bridges.
What good does it do to bomb a bridge like that when you can just go down the side of the fucking road with a regular ATV? a four-wheeler or something and get to the other side. That's a waste of a bomb. Well, I don't know. That's railroad tracks. Okay. That's not all right. That's a trestle, David.
Even before the 8 p.m. ultimatum, which is really more about the power plants, it appears. So that is the update with that. Now, at this hour, fighter jets are in the air over Tehran at very low altitudes as this situation plays out.
Hey,
so we have
how you doing,
planes in the air. You're going to hear the planes right here. Of the jet engines. And also the IDF releasing footage of air defense sites being struck. So these are air defense systems that the IDF has taken out and eliminated.
Yeah.
So this is footage
I thought it was
from
just
the
a regular
missiles coming
bridge,
in.
though. Like a little bridge like that, it ain't worth
try to
fixing a
open
bump,
up
but
the
I mean, it is
airspace
for the railroad
as
system,
much
sure.
as possible, so that when we got to get more bombers in, we got to get more planes in, we do not have another plane
I will
shot
say
down
this:
like
Trump
we
needs
did.
to quit talking about this shit on social media and shit, and just fucking do it, right? But I honestly believe that one of the reasons why he was posting on social media so much is because Iran was never talking to him to start with. This ain't up for the American opinion of people that have never been to war, has never faced a situation with these people, because they really have no idea what the fuck they're talking about.
With the F-15, which required a significant rescue force. At the same time, B-52s overnight says 3 B-52s, SNIDE 27, SNIDE 28, and SNIDE 29 were active and left Whiteman Air Force Base and conducted a massive bombing run. So the B-52s stay active. The B-2 stealth bombers,
and
not the B-52. B-2 stealth bombers are out there putting in work, hitting targets, making sure that we are keeping the pressure on the regime forces. Now, to tell you how serious this situation is, they have the U.S. government has made an announcement that American citizens are to shelter in place if they're in Bahrain. Why are they being told to shelter in place in a secure structure away from windows? Is because they know
I really do.
that
I
if
hope
we
he's
carry
not
out this bombing strike, which it looks like we very likely might, Iran will respond with everything it's got in its arsenal. There'll be missiles flying everywhere. So we are telling our people in Bahrain, stay indoors, stay safe. The situation is incredibly violent and is going to get incredibly dangerous. And then right here, the Indian Ministry of External Affairs has released an advisory to Indian nationals in Iran, telling them to get away from military installations, multi-story buildings, and the power plants. So they are telling people in Iran, run for your lives, stay away from the target list.
Yeah,
you don't want to be anywhere near this.
Susie, right? Is they believe that this is a prophecy war. They believe that it's part of their religion, and they're willing to die for it. So, I mean, hey, it's a win-win for them.
More and more warnings are issued. So at this hour, we now know human shields have been positioned around power plants and bridges in Iran.
Hey,
it is what it is. It's as horrific as it gets. Does not get more horrific than that. Absolutely terrible. And the hours count down ahead of whatever President Trump is going to do. We will monitor the situation closely. I will be live streaming at 7 p.m. tonight. All the updates as they come in, as we wait for the 8 p.m. ultimatum. So buckle up for what could be a crazy night. As always, please make sure to let me know in the comments below what you think. Please like and subscribe. Thank you for watching.
Hold on, we'll watch this other one. Because this
massive hit in a ballistic missile attack from Iran. That site is absolutely demolished, completely engulfed in flames. That destruction level will likely push Saudi Arabia to also seek to escalate the war against Iran as fighting on all sides continues. And then right here, this is the aftermath of a missile attack in Israel. This footage coming out this morning on April 7th. Right there, more smoke So Israel's air defenses are consistently showing signs of cracks as missiles, ballistic missiles get through. They don't all get through. Most of them still do get shot down, but no question, there are cracks and they're getting hits. Now, right here, the Israeli consulate in Turkey came under attack from gunmen, multiple gunmen. You can hear the crack of gunfire in the distance, right there. So multiple attackers attacking the Israeli consulate this morning, and this is more footage of one of the attackers. He's right there. Here he comes up.
This shit is wild.
And you can hear shots fired immediately. So early indications are that 3 gunmen attacked the consulate and all 3 were killed. So as of me filming this, again, this is the day President Donald Trump said will be power plants and bridges day. We have bombed Karg Island incredibly, incredibly hard, hitting bunkers and a wide variety of air defense and other military targets. Bombings continue to roll out across the country. Everyone is waiting on pins and needles to see what the United States might strike next. We also now know the secret RQ-180 is active and has been filmed and is in the fight, and the bombs continue to fall. Saudi Arabia taking a massive hit and a massive amount of destruction. So that is where we are at as of this update on April 7th. As always, guys, please make sure to like and subscribe. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below. Thank you very much for watching.
There was one of them where he shows the fucking, let me see. It might have been that one. I don't know. I was talking to Amanda about it. Let's go and see what damn. Let's stop sharing that for a second. Oh, Matt Moore TV. Let's see what he's talking about.
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I kind of wish they wouldn't have showed it though. Be honest with you. Hey, good morning, Dan.
Lockdown. Why might they be doing that? Why lockdown? Why might they be doing that? Why might the Saudi Arabians be putting Mecca on lockdown? Because they are now worried about the Iranian regime blowing the damn place up. That's why, if you want to go to Mecca, you need to show an ID. You got to have a pass. We got to let you in. We're vetting everybody going in now because guess what? They are worried about the Iranian regime in some type of retaliatory attack or terroristic act blowing up Mecca. That's what they're worried about, sending in a guy wearing a suicide vest or whatever the hell else, maybe a drone or a ballistic missile. Wow. Things have escalated. You know things have escalated when it's the Saudi Arabians. Even they're talking about this now. India today, pardon me. India, just an hour and a half ago, has issued an urgent advisory urging all of its citizens still residing in Iran to remain where they are for the next 48 hours. Stay indoors and avoid electrical infrastructure, military sites, and the upper floors of multi-story buildings. India has maintained some type of a positive, semi-positive relationship with the Iranians. In fact, India is still to some degree getting oil from the Iranian regime right now. It is true. To some degree, to some volume, to some amount, there are Indians inside of Iran. Maybe they're working there. Who knows why they're there, traveling. They might live there. If there are Indians in Iran, the Indian government came out today and said, bunker in place. You should not be walking around outside today. You should not be visiting the local power plant today. If you're in Iran, get out or bunker down. Every single angle is saying this is escalating. Something big is happening tonight. Senior Iranian sources tell Reuters today that if the United States attacks Iranian regime's power plants, quote, the entire region will fall into darkness, threatening to attack energy infrastructure throughout the Middle East, adding that if the situation gets out of control, the Iranian regime's allies, the Houthis, will also close the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Sources state that these threats by Iran were relayed to President Trump yesterday through both Pakistan and Qatar. So we're talking about this retaliatory escalation, the notion of this retaliatory escalation. Where's our map? Where the Houthis are down here in Yemen. This is that strait, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. It lets you in and out of the Red Sea. And do I still have that maritime traffic website? I want to show you. This is one of the most active trading lanes, maritime trading lanes in the world. You can see here going in and out. The Hormuz has been shut down or semi-shut down. One of the big concerns, one of the big geopolitical concerns here is that, well, what if the Houthis who are down here in Yemen start firing rockets, missiles, or drones at boats going through this strait also? If you shut them both down, then we might have a big issue. And so that's one of the concerns we're talking about right now. Might be the case. The Houthis have, frankly, not really done anything over the last 5 weeks. It has been one of the big and legitimate concerns. Well, if war breaks out with Iran, maybe the Houthis will shut down that strait. It's going to be real bad. The Houthis have done absolutely nothing over the last 5 weeks other than they did one thing. They fired one ballistic missile at Israel maybe 10 days ago. That ballistic missile got intercepted. It got shot down over the skies of Saudi Arabia, I believe. Totally inconsequential. Then they didn't do anything else. They did nothing else. Very curious. And once again, the Houthis are an Iranian regime-backed terror cell in Yemen. So we also got a statement from the Houthis. We talked about this on yesterday's broadcast. The Houthis, representative of the Houthis, came out and said,
yeah, me too, Kevin.
We are not looking to escalate as long as the U.S. and Israel don't
Trust me,
escalate against
I
us.
don't want to see anybody die.
What does that mean?
Nobody. Nobody. But sometimes you have to fucking take a stand.
As long as we don't start bombing the Houthis, they're not really looking to start getting military offensively involved. Okay? Makes sense? They might just want to stay out of it. They probably don't want to have a bunch of U.S. bunker buster bombs, missiles, tomahawks, whatever, blowing them up.
Let me tell you what's going to happen. All right. So when Trump does unleash hell on these people over here, they're going to realize they don't want no problems with the United States. They're not going to close that motherfucker down because they know it's going to come there next. They'll regroup and do whatever they're going to do afterwards. But this shit should have been dealt with long time ago.
Want to stay out of it. Now, what does that mean? Let's talk big picture. What does it mean when the Iranian regime's own funded and supported terror cells are turning their back on them? That means even the Houthis kind of see the writing on the wall. Even the Houthis, who have been up and funded by the Iranian regime, even they're saying, you know what? I know that Iran is getting blown the hell out right now, but we kind of, you know what? We're just going to stay out of this one. We don't want anything to do with it. You can kind of tell, even they know that things are not going in the favor of the Iran. We saw North Korea yesterday come out and say, you know what, we don't want anything to do with this. We've seen both China and Russia publicly have come out and said over the last week, you know what, Iran, it's time to bring this thing to an end. To be clear, the Iranian regime is now getting pressured by China and Iran to shut this thing down. You know what? It's gone on long enough. Okay, maybe you need to cut a deal with the Americans. That's been public. We've been breaking that down on this show also over the last couple of days. So even all of the Iranian regime's allies or loose allies, supporters, sugar daddies, even they are saying, you know what, it might be time to shut this down. Enough is enough. That might be where things are going or not. What do we have here? Another report coming out of the pipeline today. Breaking news, the White House has rejected claims that Vice President J.D. Vance hinted at a possible nuclear strike on Iran after he said earlier today that the U.S. has tools, quote, so far it hasn't decided to use. to enforce Trump's ultimatum. Now, if you guys have not seen this, JD Vance, like I said, I believe it was
Hey, and who, like me and my wife was talking this morning because she was asking questions about this reporter that leaked this stuff about the pilot. And she's like, why was that? Why is that such a big deal? Because it let the motherfuckers know that they didn't rescue the son of a bitch. So they'd be out there hunting him. Whoever that reporter is that leaked that shit shouldn't be in trouble. The motherfucker from the White House who released that shit should face the firing squad.
this morning. He was giving some speech somewhere.
You can't give somebody news
That-
like that and expect them not to release
Pertaining
it.
to
But
the
whoever
situation
leaked
in
it,
Iran. He said, the United States still has tools that we have decided not to use. Well, duh, of course. Can you imagine what type of secret classified weaponry we might have that we're not breaking out for this kind of type of conflict? Of course. But also, of course, nuclear weapons. We have nuclear weapons and we have not used them. That's just a point blank matter of fact. Now, do you think Trump is considering nuclear weapons against Iran? Do you think that tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, unless we have our deal, Trump is going to start dropping nuclear bombs inside of Iran? I would suspect not. If I had to place a bet
no,
right
I think he's going to hit the electrical plant, even with the people standing around it. And I think once the first bomb goes off, whoever's still surrounding that place will run for the hills. And then it'll be wide open. You got to remember, our bombs are so precise that they can strike in the middle of it. Surrounding it with a human shield is not going to do any good.
now, I would
It's their
bet
choice. If
not
they want to
now,
die
of
with 'em,
course.
go for it.
Right now, everybody is melting down. I mean, you saw the post this morning that he made, that very controversial post. Some people think it's controversial. Everybody's saying, oh my gosh, Trump is going to start dropping nuclear bombs. In fact, some people are saying that Trump is going to genocide every single Iranian inside of Iran. That Trump is going to drop so many nuclear bombs, he's going to blow up 90 million Iranians. That's one of the big talking points making its way around the internet right now. Have you seen it? It's everywhere. In fact, if you don't believe me, can I show you something here? I made a post this morning on X, which has seemingly caught some attention, 12,000 likes. I said, if you think that President Trump is about to kill 90 million Iranians, you are probably mentally retarded. That is all. From the desk of Matt Morris earlier this morning. Now, luckily, 12,000 people agreed. I'll tell you what, though, if you want to see some absolutely
Alex
insane,
Jones.
psychotic
Alex
people,
Jones
if
is
you're
not a
looking
nut
for
job,
some
by the way.
pleasure reading, insight into the mind of some of these crazy people, just start scrolling through the comments. You will see. Remember, I talked about mentally retarded people. You will see quite a few. Go ahead at your own leisure. I'm not going to do it here, but if you're looking for some reading later today, you will see a never-ending amount. They're saying Trump is going to do it. He is going to drop nuclear bombs. It's going to be a nuclear. So, on your own time, go take a look at that. Anyway, like I said, it's one of these narratives that's circulating tonight that Trump is going to nuke the Iranians. I would bet not. I would bet not. Now, let's keep on going through the news. The Wall Street Journal today is saying this. Trump is in defiance mode. Defiance mode, as the Wall Street Journal's putting it, emboldened after the airman rescue operation that was carried out over the last day and a half. Trump is open to a deal with Iran, but he's not expecting one, that now he's in defiance mode. This is coming out of the Wall Street Journal that Trump might be dead set,
How is,
stalwart.
let me ask y'all a question. How is he open to a deal but in defiance mode? That don't even make fucking sense. People just write shit, man.
All right, we've negotiated enough. I've given them their final offer, 8 p.m. Eastern time. Make the deal, meet the demands that we've made of them, that we've always made of them. Otherwise, hell's going to break out. That's coming out of the Wall Street Journal. Ladies and gentlemen, as a reminder here, do me a favor, make sure to hit that like button and make sure to subscribe because it really does help a lot. I'll tell you what, have you noticed? Give me a 1 in the chat if you've noticed a lot of these political commentators, a lot of people around the world, they're losing their minds. Cool. Here, us, this is us. Cool, calm, collected, level-headed. Let's get all the facts on the table. break it down. We're not in hysterics. Oh my God, nuclear holocaust, World War III. You've heard it all. Trump is going to draft every single young American in the country. He's going to send off 1 million young Americans to go get blown up in the desert hills of Iran. You've heard it all. Cool, calm, collected, level-headed, go through the information, talk about the data, cut through the fake news bullshit. Let's keep on breaking all this stuff down. Like I said, do me a favor and make sure you hit that like button and subscribe. We have another report here. Before cutting off direct diplomacy with the United States of America, Iran told Pakistan that it, quote, believed it was winning and retained still 15,000 missiles.
What's up, Montauk?
And 45,000 drones in its arsenal.
Not after the night.
Now, we need to double back to a talking point or a narrative that we were running down maybe a half hour ago at this point. It seems like the Iranians have actually not walked away from the negotiating table. We got initial reports that they had, and then they themselves corrected the record. They deleted the post. They came out again, Iranian state-backed media, and said, actually, we are not done negotiating. But anyway, we got a statement here. Even before Iran cut off direct diplomacy with the U.S., it was sticking to a hardline position in negotiations and showed no signs of backing down. Tehran told Pakistan, allegedly, which is mediating talks, that it believed it was winning and that it retained 15,000 missiles and 45,000 drones in its arsenal, according to mediators and a person familiar with the matter. Once again, just to be very clear, it seems like negotiations are actually still ongoing. Seems to be the case, like at this very moment. Mediators said the numbers were likely exaggerated. I would imagine so. But reflected Iran's unflinching negotiating position. The U.S. and Israel are continuing to strike Iran with force as President Trump's ultimatum deadline nears. Iran has threatened to retaliate with large-scale strikes on Gulf countries and Israeli power and energy infrastructure, according to mediators and Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard. Well, I'll tell you what, I'm sure that the Iranian regime, I'm sure that they've got still a couple ballistic missiles, a couple rockets, a couple suicide drones. I'm sure still to this day they're launching, I don't know, a dozen or 2 dozen every single day. It seems like their capacity to engage in retaliatory strikes, as they're calling them, has been diminished anywhere from 90 to 95%. If you compare what they're doing now, like yesterday, to what they were doing 5 weeks ago. They're not doing a whole lot, still a little bit. Now, do they have 45,000 drones and 15,000 ballistic missiles? Maybe buried in rubble inside of a bunker 10 stories underground, buried under a hillside. I don't know.
Believe that shit.
Can they?
Anything that they see on the media, they fucking take in and they process and they believe. Let's see what Alex Jones is talking about.
Shout out to AmericanFinancing.net/Tim. Mortgage rates are in the low fives, and on average, their customers save $800 a month with no
bridges and the rest of it. Just like they did 38 days ago to get us into this. Israel said they're not stopping, so that's the tail wagging the dog here. And so Trump has repudiated Israel, cut their funding, but he won't do that because they seem to have him by the balls. Victor Boot.
Well, you're absolutely right about megalomaniac, attitudes. And if we see, especially in Western leaders, we're missing wise, and mature leaders who not speaking too much, who not bragging, who really, can say something and everybody knows.
This is not sycophantic defense of Putin, but watching him, he's very rarely speaks, very measured. And does what he says he's going to do. I would not include Putin in that megalomania statement. It's the opposite of that.
Yeah,
very cool.
And we know, look, there is still leaders in the world who doesn't matter how you have attitude to them, but at least they know how to respect properly other leaders who are never resort to the insults or efforts in communicating or sending their messages to nobody.
Oh, God.
Those who understanding their responsibility. They're not just running their own,
Who gives a shit that Trump said that F word? They're so hung up on him saying the word fuck on Easter.
Gang, or their own company or their oon TV show, they're running entire countries,
With
and they
great
have
power
historical
comes-
responsibility.
With great power comes great responsibility.
Hell
Jason
yeah.
in New
No, he's a
Mexico
good
with Victor
kid,
Boot. Go ahead.
Chris.
You're on the air.
Sure.
Thank you for taking my call, Mr. Booth. Quite an honor.
Way
I just
ahead
have a
for
real
his
question.
years
Basically,
and age.
growing
Sure.
up, I looked at Trump as kind of like the bankruptcy king, because he'll drive up the valuation of a corporation and then pull out the rug from the company, but he'll always end up on top and never personally lose. Now, with the Make America Great and all that stuff, you know, he got us to be energy independent, but I'm wondering, is Trump selling out America for personal economic gain? Because you can look and see his
Oh,
family
there's
investing
no
in
doubt
Israeli.
they're giving Nancy Pelosi a run for the money with insider trading. That's 100%. Victor, you got a comment on that?
Well, you're absolutely right. Look, even 20 years ago, this would be immediately investigated by the both chambers of the Capitol Hill. But with all his announcement, 15 minutes before the stock markets open, we have a peace negotiation, everything soon would be over. We agreed. We find this, and then somebody putting in the pocket the same day, up to the $1 billion because they already played on it. It's insider information trade. It's a crime, and nobody investigated. So this is again, we're going to set up a new norm. Those who own power can
Well, that's right. When
cross
they
any
kick somebody
limit.
out, it's because they won't take the money. They would come to you and say, just
Correct.
take the money and we'll leave you alone. Thanks for the call. Great question, Jason. Jessica in Massachusetts, you're on the air with Victor Boot. Go ahead.
Hi. Seeing Trump has gone from being the most beloved and called the greatest president in U.S. history to now being questioned if he's the Antichrist by people who voted for him 3 times and were ardent supporters. That dichotomy makes absolutely no sense as to why he would change so drastically by free will and choice. So under the assumption that he's being blackmailed and so controlled that he's forced to go against America's best interests, do you think it's at all possible that he still is a good guy and this 180 that he's now acting so crazy?
I mean, I don't know, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because we have what we have. Victor, that's a great question. Victor, your take on her question.
Well, you're absolutely right. Let's just state here the facts. We cannot get inside the Trump's head, correct? So we just can say what he's doing and what consequences of this. And, he's transitioned
doubt,
from being,
Susan. my biggest
pro-America,
fear.
pro-peace, not meddling into the foreign conflicts, stop, these endless wars. Apparently, within 1 year, disappeared like the morning, mist. So that's why let's only talk about the facts. So if Trump really good person, well, we'll see if he can, stop, admit that he was wrong, and try to reverse damage he did.
That's why Joe Quinn
first
was
thing
to
is
try to
at
get him.
least-
Exactly. We hope he course corrects us while we're doing this, but we don't know.
We don't know. That's it. So let's just be stating what we know. We don't need to discuss the, our what you call it, ideas or something. We don't know for sure. Let's only talk about the facts.
There you go.
Yeah, so the question is, what do we do?
Well, nothing we can do unless somebody remove him from power right now. Apparently, America lost its mechanism, check and powers. Apparently, there is no more, separation of the legislature and executive power. Apparently, executive power being.
Look, dude, you cannot remove a president while you're at war. You can't do that. That's not how it works. That is the way that the Constitution is wrote.
Done
Or the
a
laws
coup
are
and
right.
took 100% control because there is very few voices are heard, and even those who decided to go and criticize the Trump, when he started the war, said, "Oh yeah, we're supporting. Let's destroy the Iran. Let's nuke them. Let's bomb them to Stone Age." What heck is this?
And a lot of Americans, minority, but the ones that support war, they go, we don't care what the world thinks. They have no idea how that affects everything. This is the end of America. It won't happen right away, but it's the end of the empire. We do this. Victor, I appreciate your time. Do 5 more minutes to take a call from Trevor and Ted.
Right.
People need to
Well,
follow you on X. I'm glad I pushed you to get a social media, Real Victor Boot. You ask people's questions. I've really been following your account. I need to follow it, actually. Like, I forgot to do that. Guys, follow his account. But we're going to come right back. But whenever you can, every week, we want to get you to join us, or you're out of
Sure.
town, that's fine. I haven't made the announcement yet, but we had the meeting this morning. They are turning everything off right now. So we're lucky we make it to the end of the month, but hopefully go to the 30th, our last day, and then on May Day, be anti-communist. We're going to launch the new network. So be ready for that. But I was in those meetings today for 2 hours this morning. It's just fitting. It's all InfoWar belongs to you folks that we continue on. And it's a badge of honor that we've held on under 8 years of direct, declassified CIA, Justice Department direct attack. I have been up against the deep state, toe to toe.
Here at the InfoWars studio in Austin, Texas, there's not a single desk.
Access the missiles? Can they access the drones? I don't know. Maybe not. You would imagine if they could that they'd be firing more of them. We'll see. We'll see. Iran still claims a very strong arsenal and refuses to back down. Iran told mediators it still holds a large missile and drone stockpile and believes that it is winning, signaling a hard-line stance in talks. The figures may be exaggerated, but reflect defiance nonetheless. As U.S. and Israeli airstrikes continue, Iran has warned of major retaliation targeting Gulf states and Israeli energy infrastructure. Now, what happens tonight at Tuesday, this is Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern, this deadline is actually the conclusion, the end of a 10-day extension, a 10-day negotiatory window Trump gave the Iranians like 10 days ago now. Clock's ticking. They've got what, 5 hours? 5 hours. 5 hours and 9 minutes they've got. Wouldn't you imagine, a logical mind would assume that over the course of the last 10 days, during which this window was open, Trump set the timer here. He gave them 10 days. This is his timeline. That over the last 10 days, the U.S. would be sort of making our defenses more robust, getting ready in the event that Iran does not capitulate by Tuesday tonight, 8 p.m., and they fire off, in the event that they do fire off some type of retaliatory attack following our attack here tonight. Don't you think that Trump would have spent the last 10 days making sure everything is locked down, secure, ready to go? Interceptor, we got the interceptors where we need them. So if the Iranians do launch off a big retaliatory attack wave, everything is going to be prim and proper. You have to imagine that's something prim and proper. You have to imagine that's something they've been planning for. This is what's been going on today. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, the Iranians, they are now utilizing human shields. Just in, new video shows crowds of Iranian civilians locking arms around Iranian power plants, creating human shields. A striking scene as Trump's 8 p.m. deadline for the Islamic Republic nears. Iran has rejected Trump's latest terms, raising the stakes with just hours to go. So we knew this was going to happen because last night, in fact, we talked about this on yesterday's broadcast, yesterday's video. We saw that the IRGC had issued a call to arms, calling all civilians, men, women, and children, and otherwise. They probably don't have any trans people in Iran, so maybe there is no otherwise. Anyway, doesn't matter. Everybody, civilians, we're calling on you.
And if you look at this picture right here, you can see one soldier standing right there. So that kind of makes me believe that they're under armed guard right there. And the line don't go that long. Right, just right past him, you can see the last person. There's probably about 6 people there, 70 people at the most. But I believe that they're under armed guard.
You to stand on top of the bridges and outside of the energy facilities so that if the U.S. does try to blow up these locations, these key locations, they're going to have to stomach blowing up a big crowd of civilian protesters also. They're weaponizing their own civilians as human shields, as Fox News puts it here. It's not particularly surprising because it was maybe 2 weeks ago, we got the confirmation that the Iranian regime had opened up enlistment for 12-year-old boys. If you're a 12-year-old boy as of 2 weeks ago in Iran,
Wow.
well, you can pick up a gun and you can man an IRGC checkpoint. They publicly broadcast this out. They issued it as a public statement.
12-year-old.
And now they did the same thing last night. Calling
Yeah, they're really
civilians.
winning over there.
We heard that Trump wants
When's
to
the
blow up
last time
bridges
that
and
we heard
energy
anything like that?
facilities.
When is the last time we ever heard of kids entering the military? Let's think. Oh, that's right. Hitler.
So we're calling on our party loyalists and the civilian populace to go stand outside of these facilities. And that's exactly what we are seeing today. We have a video here.
Let's see
Put
how
this up on the
far,
big screen.
how long this line is. Look, they got babies out there.
They brought their kids out here. That's a little boy. It's women and a little boy.
Yeah, there's not that many people there. There's about 100 at the most.
Not a single man in sight, not a man in the crowd. There's one, there's two.
3. That's not going to stop them.
So they've human shields.
Yeah, Bulldog, that's what I'm saying. It's been since the Hitler era.
We rose against global oppression. Rise up, world. It's the globe that is oppressing them, not the Iranian regime. Okay. What did that one say? Global resistance. Global oppression of America. They've got this big old flag wheeled out. They're standing on the bridges too, not just outside.
Is this bitch in a
Power
wheelchair?
plants.
This motherfucker's in a wheelchair. Ain't he already learned? Or him or her, whoever? You better wheel your ass out of there, dumb fuck.
But on top of the bridges also.
Well,
so the human shields, the civilian human shields have been activated. The child soldiers have been activated. The civilian human
Blake?
shields have been activated. You know, everybody's been talking about war crime, war crime. Trump isn't allowed to blow up a bridge. Even if the IRGC is
Eddie
using
J.
that bridge, Trump's not allowed to do it because it's a war crime. I encourage you to
You
go
want
read the
popular
Geneva
release,
Convention.
huh?
Actually, you are allowed to blow up.
hey, shout out
infrastructure
to
like
motivated
this
one-legger
if
man.
It's being used
I'm
for military
praying for him.
purposes. Go ahead, fact check me on this. Go read the Geneva Convention.
reverse
promise.
theory.
So first off, no, Trump is not threatening war crimes. You know what is a war crime in accordance with that very Geneva Convention is weaponizing women and children and civilians.
Yep.
As a military, deliberately putting civilians, women, children in harm's way, that is a war crime. Accepting children into your military ranks, that is a war crime. You don't see any of these.
It's also a
members of
war
the
crime
far
to
left.
slaughter 40,000 fucking people if we are to believe the numbers that they have put out. It's a war crime to do that too. And I mean, we're in a lose situation here. If we carry through with the bombings, the world's going to look at us bad. If we don't fucking carry through with it, we're going to be in dire straits. Now, I've heard plenty of rumors about our oil supply running low, and I kind of feel like that might be true. What's up, Guy Hard? Because you can see the desperation on Trump's face when he's talking. He's under heavy pressure. People think that he's just this wicked guy. He wants to do wicked things. I don't believe that.
Condemning the Iranian regime's war crimes, what you do see is these incompetent members of the far left condemning President Trump's alleged war crimes, which are in fact not even war crimes at all. The hypocrisy, the double standards here
Are crazy.
it is
man.
just absolutely astounding. Seriously, you don't believe me? Go read the Geneva Convention. You go find it. You can go grok it. Go plug it into ChatGPT. U.S. official confirms that Iran has until 8 p.m. to make a deal. Only President Trump knows where things stand and what he will do. turn up the audio here. Like I said, folks, we're going to be here all day covering all of this. If you're new to the show, make sure to hit that like button. Make sure to subscribe. I appreciate it a whole lot.
Hey, but I find it funny that nobody blames Obama. Nobody blames Biden for empowering these fucking people to make it get to this point. And it's like you cannot put the blame squarely on one person because he's having to deal with the mess that these fuckers left. Yeah, unfortunately, we got to do something.
So much breaking news this hour. Here's what we have delivered thus far. The IDF claims to have destroyed 8 bridges used for transporting weapons that it said advanced the Islamic regime's terrorist actions against Israel.
Overnight, the IDF blew up another 8 bridges. Okay.
And other countries across the Middle East. The White House doubling down on their
I'm a bleeding heart. I don't want to see nobody die. But unfortunately, somebody's going to by the time this is done. People die every day.
And the horrific human chains that are now being formed in front of several power plants.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. You have to wonder if these women and children out here standing on top of these bridges and on the power plants, you got to wonder if they're choosing to be there on their own.
I don't think they are.
Or if they're being threatened to be there. We're talking about the psychotic, terroristic Iranian regime. What are the odds that these women might not even want to be there? What type of woman, what type of mother or grandmother would bring her child to an event like this? What are the odds?
This shit should have been dealt with.
Being threatened. They've got a gun in their back, figuratively, so to speak, maybe literally.
And we all know
it's
like an oil leak, right? If you just keep driving the car and you keep driving it, you got to put more oil in it when you should have dealt with it in the very beginning when you knew there was a leak to start with.
I'd better go stand outside of that power plant on top of that bridge. Otherwise, at the end of the day,
right? Crazy.
Your brain is getting splattered. What do you think? You think that's a possibility? I would say so. You better hold up this flag and hold that sign, because if you don't, stand outside that power plant, you're done. Who knows? Just astounding. Astounding. Okay, moving on. We've got more to talk about here. Where did we leave off?
I'm going to get a Red Bull.
Breaking news. Senior Israeli officials believe that if it were up to Iran's political leadership, there would have been a ceasefire long ago. The IRGC is reportedly the ones currently running things, causing massive divisions within the leadership. The political leadership wants this to come to an end. It's the diehard IRGC extremist loyalists that want this thing to keep on going. Allegedly, senior Israeli officials. We got another report here, just further confirming something that I think all of us have known. Iran's new supreme leader reportedly is unable to run the country right now because he's incapacitated and receiving medical treatment. This guy seems to have been in a coma for 5 weeks, maybe 4.5 weeks. Another report, in fact, this very report, if you open up the article, it says that this new supreme leader is right now in a hospital. This is new information that's getting mass reported today, reported everywhere in mass. He's currently being held in a hospital in the holy city of Qom. Here's Iran. Here's Tehran. The holy city of Qom, as they call it, is where the supreme leader is allegedly being held now inside of a hospital, treated.
Are you driving a Honda?
Makes sense, as far as I know. The U.S. and Israel have entirely avoided bombing anything in the city of Qom. It's a holy city for the Shia Muslims. Now, at one point I knew why they thought it was holy, but at this point I have forgotten. But anyway, it's a holy city. Something like the Prophet Muhammad came down from the sky and he did something there. I don't know. It's part of some Prophet Muhammad related reason, but it's the holy city of Qom. The U.S. and Israel, perhaps out of respect, I don't know. Seems like we have entirely avoided dropping bombs on this city. It's the holy city. So it would make sense that this is where they would put him inside of this, inside of a hospital in this city, perhaps to avoid getting blown up. Perhaps there is something related there. Now, something else, folks, something occurred to me. And I promise you, I guarantee you, you have not heard this information anywhere else. What I'm about to share with you, promise you, nobody else is talking about it. This is an updated figure posted yesterday. Update. The Islamic Republic regime's organizational structure after 37 days of U.S. and Israeli airstrikes as of April 6th, the morning of April 6th. Now, what do you notice here? Okay, Supreme Security Council getting targeted. House of the Supreme Leader getting targeted. Okay, former officials, some of which getting targeted. The nuclear program targeted. The IRGC targeted. Police, leaders of the police targeted. Executive branch targeted. What is the one category here, really, the big category here, that has not been targeted? What stands out? Well, you got members of the judicial branch. Some members of the legislative branch perhaps have not been targeted. Although actually some of them have. Members of the Iranian parliament. The Guardian Council has not been targeted. The army. Huh? No one, not one single leader of the Iranian army has been targeted or taken out in some type of assassination strike. Now, many, in fact, over half of the leaders of the IRGC, and the IRGC and the army are different. Different. Okay. The IRGC, these are the die-hard, zealous, religiously fanatical, okay, loyalists to the Iranian regime. The army's not that. Okay. They're not as radical, frankly. In fact, the army, all the reports we've had so far, are not really actually doing very much over the last 5 weeks. It's the IRGC that really is putting up the resistance. Okay. The army's not really been that involved, all the information I've gone through at least. Now, why might Israel and the United States not be targeting members of the army, members of the Guardian Council? Why? Well, might it be the case that coming out of this thing, once this conflict, this war, whatever you want to call it, once this thing is concluded, might it be the case that President Trump and Israel, they need somebody to lead the country. Somebody's got to be inside of the country running the show. They might have determined that when members of the Guardian Council and members of the army, we can work with them. They are not so radical. These guys are perhaps, that's a big perhaps, not the extremists. It might be members of these demographics here, Guardian Council, Army, that in fact the Trump administration is attempting to negotiate with. All right, here's the deal. Once this is done, okay, you guys are going to be maintaining stability within the country. There might be that kind of handoff. Okay, we're going to get rid of the IRGC. You guys are going to take over. It seems, you just have the visual up here. It seems like that actually might be the case. You can't help but notice certain demographics are getting blown the hell out. Other demographics are not even getting touched at all. Okay. Very curious observation here. The United Nations this morning held a vote to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and it failed. Huh. The United Nations accomplishing absolutely nothing. Well, I'll be damned. I'll be a monkey's uncle.
Fox News alert, the UN vote on a resolution to open the Strait of Hormuz has failed. The exact language of that was it strongly encourages states interested in the use of the commercial maritime routes in the Strait of Hormuz to coordinate efforts. Now, who could possibly be against this? Well, they technically had enough votes for this to pass. However, two members, permanent members of the Security Council issued a veto, and that is enough to strike this down. I wonder who those permanent members were. China, Russia, the predictable actors in Russia speaking at this moment. At Fox News alert, China
and Russia voted to not allow other nations in the United Nations collective to go in there and reopen the Hormuz by force. China and Russia got up and said, actually, you guys are not allowed to open the Hormuz by force. You just need to continue allowing the Iranian regime to blow up civilian maritime vessels transiting that strait. Okay, thank you, Russia, and thank you, China. Thank you very much. I appreciate your input. I saw this morning. This absolutely blew my mind. Me, of all people. You're not going to believe this. Coming out of Rasmussen, Trump overnight presidential job approval poll is in. Single overnight approval rating for last night was 49.1%. Trump remains. His rolling 5-day average remains at 47%. Last night, they had a 49.1% national approval rating. We talked about Trump's approval rating yesterday. That 47% number seems like it's going up. Last night, it was 49. In spite of all of the propaganda, in spite of all of the hysterics and the chaos, the ongoing conflict in the Middle East, and the left-wing media.
So him speaking about propaganda, I've watched several AI videos, and you would not believe the people that actually think that that shit is real. And you can watch it. It's crazy, man. Guys with 6 fucking fingers, weapons just appearing out of no fucking where. And it's like, man, come on, man. Y'all got to know better.
And everyone on social media, all of the podcasters, all of the talking heads, absolutely losing their minds. Shockingly, Trump's approval rating is going up. And guess what? Rasmussen is not the only pollster that has Trump's approval rating going up over the last month. What has happened over the last month? The war with Iran. Make sense of that. His approval rating is going up since the war with Iran broke out. Against all odds. I don't think anybody could have predicted this. Against all of the rhetoric, somehow it's happening. Breaking news this morning, Democrat lawmakers are now calling for Trump to be removed from office.
It ain't gonna happen.
The Democrats want him removed from office. In fact, Democrats now are talking about invoking what? 25th Amendment, I believe, to try to get him out of here, which requires a 2/3 majority in the House and the Senate to get rid of a president. Is that ever going to happen? I'm sorry. I believe it's the 12th. I believe I misspoke. No, it's the 25th. Right now, people are talking about the 25th, try to get rid of him. Probably not going to happen. Like I said, you need 2/3. Alex Jones and Robert Barnes are now calling for a coup against President Trump. There's no way. Alex Jones wants a coup against President Trump.
Compared to existential threat, how do we 25th Amendment is asked?
The problem is to get the 25th Amendment is harder than impeachment. You have to get 2/3 of the House and 2/3 of the Senate.
So what do we do?
Tackle Trump and let him pretend he's president and publicly report that he's going through a health issue and Vance take over. It literally needs to be something like that. It's that bad.
I've known you a long time. You've never called for an internal coup before.
What do we do? We need a 25th Amendment. This guy, get him out. Well, somebody's got to tackle him and call it a health emergency and then have JD Vance take over. Yeah, I mean, you're calling for a coup at that point.
Ever. But that's how dangerous this is. That's how risky it is for the whole
world. Yeah, if I was the Democrats, I'd stop poking Trump and messing with him. That only makes it worse. Like, you guys need to watch out. This isn't a guy acting like he's crazy. This is real.
What's there going to be to take over in 2026 or 2028 if this hits the fan? If we get it, he's threatening an extinction level event for the people of Iran tomorrow. Does nobody think there'll be any blowback from that?
Ladies and gentlemen, remember a moment ago, I showed you that tweet, that post on X I made this morning,
Does anybody not think we're fucking doomed if he don't do it? We're in a no-win situation, in my opinion. And like I say, I'm not educated on this shit, right? All I know is what I see and I feel in my heart. I see us going down a dark, long road if something's not done. And like I said, This shit should have been cleaned up a long fucking time ago. Fucking do it. Let the chips fall where they may. Because if you don't do it, we're fucked either way.
I said this. If you think that President Trump is threatening to kill 90 million Iranians, you are probably mentally retarded. You remember when I said that? Remember? Good Lord.
If he follows through on that, the whole world is screwed.
You were saying during the break,
We're
there's other
screwed
ways
if
to do
you
this.
don't.
People need to just not
What's up,
just telling the
Yankees?
truth, like Susie Walsh said. It's time to just not. I mean, say what you just said.
Yeah, well, legally and constitutionally, the vice
For
president
the
is an
average
independent elected
working
official. The
American,
same as
we cannot
legally and
afford to go
constitutionally,
where
the
this
only
is
oath
fucking
any
headed.
member of the military takes, any member of the State Department takes, any member of the intelligence community takes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that.
If
You
something's
folks
not
know
done,
I do my best to avoid any of this podcast drama. So you know when I'm going to bite my tongue. It seems like every single one of these broadcasters these days, they don't even really talk about the news or what's going on in or outside of the country. They're just complaining about each other. That seems to be the new podcast meta. So I apologize. I just couldn't believe it. That is terminologically a violent coup. Somebody needs to tackle the president, physically hurting him to such a degree. It's a health emergency that the vice president can take over. That is explicitly calling for a violent coup against the sitting president, the democratically elected president of the United States of America. But we're not going to linger on that. Like I said, I'm not doing the big podcast drama thing. We have a report coming out of Iran Spectator, which has been covering all of this now for weeks, months, years. Personally thinks a ceasefire will be announced in a few hours. You can bookmark this. Thinks a ceasefire will be announced. Now,
hold on, let's
net exporter, but we
see if we
still
can back this up. What this idiot's talking about.
that professor, what's his name, Zhang, his last excellent.
This idiot just said that we're going to be under fuel rations and reporting on your neighbor for using a generator when he wasn't supposed to.
YouTube video. It's about this. Maybe is a super long, deep
It's going to be
game
worse than
where
COVID.
America is going to essentially corner the energy market, and America and Russia will become the dominant powers because we'll be the only ones left exporting oil with the Middle East destroyed. That sounds great, but I don't think that people understand what it's going to mean if the rest of the world looks at America like some kind of a mafia villain who, like in one of these movies, like the old Western town with the corrupt sheriff, or the corrupt Southern town where the boss hog, is the sheriff and his son is the mayor and they own everything. He owns the biggest gas station in town, but there's another one or two gas stations in town. So he sends arsonists out to blow them up and burn them down, right? And to shoot at tankers trying to go to refill them or fix them. Yeah, now he owns the only gas station in town, right? So you think he's like on Easy Street. Now he can raise prices, do whatever he wants. That's great. Except everybody in the world now hates America.
They already
because
do,
they
you
know
dumb fuck.
who caused this. And I sent a cartoon over. That's the, I think it's number 6. This is what the world is now looking at for America. We are like the maniac arsonists who think that we're going to make out by destroying the globe's economy and being the last supplier, the last resort supplier. This is so short-sighted. The Germans and the Japanese in World War II, they had visions of
I was just kind of tuning in.
An alliance that would.
I was tuning in while I was listening to Matt, and this idiot said that we're going to have gas rations, and people are going to reporting on their neighbor for using a generator, saying that the power is going to be off. And it's like, bro, shut the fuck up. This is fear mongering at its finest.
That would span the globe and they would have everything controlled. It didn't work out in the end. There's no guarantee that this plan works out in the end. We can literally turn the entire planet against us. And this is not going to be a happy day for us when, Americans abroad
here's why we're affected by it, because the oil men raise the prices, right? Because other people around the world will pay more for a barrel of oil. That's how America gets affected by it. But this idiot is just going on.
Kidnapped, lynched, for like Israelis right now. There are countries in Europe, Israelis can't even travel.
For sure.
They'll have rocks thrown at them. Americans will not be able to travel with an American flag on their pack or their laptop. It's going to be, oh no, I'm from Canada.
I ain't gonna be able to travel with an American motherfucker.
I'm not
You
from
can't
that crazy
travel now.
country that burned down the energy supply of the world and led to a famine. I mean, if you think it's bad in Europe, Australia, Japan, imagine you're in some marginal African country that can barely feed itself in the best times. Now there's no diesel fuel and there's no fertilizer.
Bulldog. That's why
and the 2025 harvest fails.
Of the world need to pay for this shit because they have created this by dictating how much oil costs and gasoline costs by the gallon.
26 harvest.
They've got a part in this.
And next year is a famine. The whole world will know who did it. It's not going to be good for America. I'm just getting started. I'll see you on the other side.
You know what? We're going to do something here fun. I normally don't do this. Like I said, we're going to be live all day. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. We're doing this all day. So why don't we have a little bit of fun here? First, we have a Rumble rant. This is from Tullamore Dew. Says, Matt, we might want to use the leftover graphite bombs we used in the first Iraq war. Just saying non-lethal, perhaps an EMP. Thank you for what you do, brother. We love you in Texas. First off, I appreciate that. I love the Texans. You know I do. I really do. I had a lot of family in Texas for a long time. Thank you very much. As far as I understand it, we have mechanisms, capabilities to take down power grids without actually physically blowing up or dismantling said power grid. Might be part of the plan tonight. Might be part of the plan. Time will tell. We'll see. Thank you very much, Tullamore. I appreciate that. We are going to do something here, ladies and gentlemen, and bear with me because we're going to do this on YouTube. I'm pulling up the YouTube chat here, folks. I've only ever done one or two of these, so I need to remember how to do it. Start a poll. Okay, here, we're going to do a poll. The question is, because I want to know, what do you folks think? What will happen? Are we going to have a deal? It could be a ceasefire.
How you doing, sir?
I'll use the word deal. What will happen tonight? We have a deal. Trump, I'm going to say giga bombs Iran.
Wouldn't that be crazy
if
Trump was the vice president and Vance was the president for 2028? That'd be great. That'd be fucking great.
What does deal mean? Just so everybody's on the same page. What will happen? A deal means ceasefire, temporary ceasefire, peace deal, conclusion to the war, or extension. Trump will say, we're going to give another 5 days. All of these things are within the realm of deals. Extension, ceasefire, total peace deal. Okay. All of that is underneath the umbrella here. Or, let's just say no deal. Let's say no deal. We have a deal, no deal. Okay. And I want to see what you guys have to say. Deal or no deal. Start the poll. And I apologize to the Rumblers. This one has to be in YouTube.
Unc's a professional drywall man,
there.
Right? I just ain't did it in a while, but it's late riding the
There it is. Okay, I'm looking at this up on the big screen. The votes are coming in. I want to see here. We have somewhat of a democratic process. We're going to see what the people have to say. What will happen tonight?
That'd be fucking
right now. We have almost 1,000 votes. We have over 1,000 votes. 18% of the voters are saying we're going to have a deal. 82% are saying no deal. Seems like the odds are what?
They're not going to deal with us.
81% no deal, 19% deal, 80% no deal, 20%. President Trump means, what does he mean? The IRGC. Rosa de Armand says, happy belated Resurrection Day to you and your loved ones on Monday. Imagine my shock of your loyalty to stream on Easter Sunday every single day, 7 days a week. You know how we do it. Thank you very much. It's a massive amount of support. Hope you had a good Easter, Rosa. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. It's a big day. We live in a very eventful time. Thank you, ma'am. Happy Easter. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's a massive amount of support. Thank you very much. We've got news to get back to, so I'm going to do a couple more super chats, then keep on going through the news here. Renbro says, $5, President Trump is using words as a misdirection, get around on bridges while he goes to Carrick Island and goes for the oil. Could be the case. Never let your enemy know exactly what you're going to do. Could be the case. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Chris says, I really don't get this new age war mindset of we lost. Here's our demands for you. They've got a little bit backwards, haven't they? Thank you, Chris.
Let's check out Max.
It's a little bit nonsensical. Scott Badura says, what Iran wants sounds like what caused the bar.
Operation Epic Fury, and right now, massive showdown over the Straits of Hormuz. The breaking news from the last 12 hours, U.S. forces just last night carried out precise strikes on military targets across Iran's Karj Island, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps' primary Navy, logistics, and oil hub. They've got IRGC bunkers, radar stations, missiles and mine storage facilities, air defenses, basically the whole 9 yards.
What's up,
support
Kevin?
Infrastructure from the IRGC. Commanders deliberately spared the oil export terminals and civilian energy assets to keep the focus on the military. And what are they preparing for? What could be coming next to Karj Island? We're going to get into all of that throughout this video. F-15E Strike Eagles, dude, call sign likely right in the mix again after getting the F-15E weapon systems officer scooped up the F-15.
Here's what I see. I see the leaders of Iran blowing that shit up themselves before they let America take it over. There's no way that they're going to just sit back and let Americans move in after they bomb their infrastructure. They are going to fucking destroy that stuff. And then they're going to absolutely blame America for it. You watch and see what I say.
These are likely the ones that led this charge on Karj Island and will be the ones that will be called upon to strike more power plants and more bridges along with the B-1 and the B-52.
They're going to feel
But the
like they have
F-15E
nothing left to lose.
Strike Eagle is the undisputed workhorse in all of Iran at this point. Two-seat, all-weather beast that can fly low, it can fly high in any conditions thanks to its advanced avionics and targeting pods. It hauls a massive load of precision-guided munitions, letting crews put steel exactly on target, whether it's a hardened bunker on Karj or a power infrastructure node that we're going to get to here in a little bit. That combination of speed, range, and accuracy makes it perfect for these measured strikes deep in contested airspace. And President Trump just released a bombshell on Truth Social. He just said this about an hour ago from the time of this video being produced. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight, one of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. So lots in store. We're going to see what happens. But in response, the IRGC and the Iranian regime, they're ramping up the rhetoric as they do. They're openly calling on children and young people and students to head to power plants and bridges to form human chains as a desperate shield ahead of this deadline. Iran can keep poking the bear and making this more difficult and using their proxy tactics. But when the U.S. says move, the whole U.S. Air Force is basically showing up ready to rearrange the geography of Karj Island. So it's likely not going to go very well. But again, Iran's rhetoric is going to stay at level 11. Let's pop to X for some latest breaking news and to cover the map of Karj Island and look at what military targets could have been hit. So here we are on X, my friends. Iran's Revolutionary Guard says it has targeted petrochemical plants in the UAE, Bahrain, and other Gulf partners, and that they will strike them if the U.S. does strike any infrastructure, bridges, and power plants today. So obviously, Iran is trying to get ahead of this, threaten back to the United States, saying that if you strike our infrastructure, then we'll strike our Gulf partners infrastructure. So obviously that's what Iran is going to say. And then this was interesting. This is on April 1st. This is the foreign minister saying there is currently no negotiation between us. The exchange of messages is ongoing, but it is not a negotiation. So is he the one that's being negotiated with? Is there someone else? Seems like there's fractures in the regime right now. So definitely very interesting. Iran has told mediators that the U.S. is not in a position to dictate terms in negotiations. So things are going to get hotter before they cool down from everything that I can see. So this was actually where the FOB was, the forward operating base for the F-15E Wizzo rescue. I covered that on my live last night. If you want to join the live streams, just click the link in the description and become a member of the channel. I do priority replies to the members of the channel. This is Karj Island. There has been some recent strikes here, so let's get into it and see what's been struck so far. Reports of 50 military targets being struck on Karj. So oil infrastructure, this is kind of how Iran focuses their different shipments of oil to China. A lot of it originates from this island. So let's just dive in, have a little bit of a tighter view. It looks like ballistic missile type production has been struck on the island, drone facilities struck on the island, IRGC headquarters, mainly just evaporating any type of contingents of the IRGC that could be lingering here as some sort of command and control structure. So a big part of the Straits of Hormuz, you guys have heard me say it before, but I'll say it again. Command and control, C2. So how are they still determining which ship is which? How are they targeting the ship? How are they using the nerve centers of the different C2 command posts to tell the drones where to go? And is that something that's happening on Karj Island? And is that why we're seeing some of it being struck now? So these are some points that have been struck. So what I would expect, potentially bunker entrances and locations. But yeah, it makes sense, right? All these different locations here when it comes to these buildings, definitely government outposts, IRGC headquarters, IRGC pickleball courts probably is all these are. Yeah. Or universities, as the IRGC likes to do. They just label everything university, museum, hospital. Meanwhile, it's literally got 1,000 man pads sitting inside of it. And they're like, yeah, this is just a university for shoulder-fired missiles. Yeah, just go look at somewhere else in the university. This room is actually just storage, and it's just a coincidence that it's packed with IRGC hardware. Basically bunker-type locations. This looks like it could be a SAM system or even a drone launch area. So a lot of that being hit. And are they preparing for some sort of amphibious assault? We don't know. Don't know exactly. It is interesting that they did hit the runway. So they shortened the runway, extremely small, striking it here. This was a couple weeks ago, I think, that this runway was struck. So that's interesting because it sounds like, well, they're not planning on using this runway at all. So there's going to be a different way if there are some sort of a contingent of U.S. troops that come to the island. We've got the Marine Expeditionary Unit that could be a part of that. So many different options when it comes to where to go on this island. But if you were to do that, if you were to take it, you would prepare the battlefield a lot before. And it says a lot that they didn't strike the oil infrastructure. So focusing on being able to control that, is that the next move? Is that the next 4D chess move from the Trump administration? So last night's strikes on Karj Island were textbook precision work, targeting exact IRGC bunkers, radar stations, missiles, and mine storage facilities, air defenses, support infrastructure that keep the regime's naval threat alive. And that's what I'm seeing when it comes to these power plants, the infrastructure that's being hit. For example, the Pars power production facility hit by the US and Israel was said to be powering the regime's ballistic missile program. So it's not just a willy-nilly, oh, we're just going to strike this random power plant. No, there's a strategy behind these power plants that are getting hit. And the same thing goes for Sharif University. People are saying, oh, they hit a university. Well, do you know what the university was used for? It was a nerve center, a data hub for military infrastructure creation and building of better and more advanced Shahed drones and ballistic missiles. So it wasn't just some farming university. No, you would walk into that farming university and be like, why does your tractor have ballistic missile tubes and 3 drone launcher stations on it? And they're like, oh, we've been farming in really hard dirt, and we just need something to make the rows for the crops. We need something that can really dig down into the earth. Like, this is what Sharif University was used for. So when we think about the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, their whole propaganda win is like, oh, they're just hitting our universities, our beautiful universities where we study underwater we study underwater basket making. We make little baskets and trinkets.
I don't think
not mines. We don't do any
yet to what's fucking coming.
Mining of the Straits of Hormuz. That's not anything we would do. But Karj Island sits right there in the
We got
Persian
4
Gulf.
hours.
It's off the coast of Iran,
4
and it
hours.
handles the vast majority of Iran's oil exports. Commanders made the deliberate call: leave the export terminals and civilian energy assets untouched, so the economic fallout stays focused on the regime's war efforts. And it looks like the war efforts are being targeted in a whole new way. And these operations built straight off of earlier coalition actions and come directly because Iran is still blocking the Straits of Hormuz, or choking off roughly 1/5 of the globe's oil supply. Iranian state media acknowledged the blast, but claimed very limited damage, as they do. They're like, oh, it's just a flesh wound. Meanwhile, the entire IRGC on the island likely eradicated. But don't get me wrong, Iran at this point, if we were to take parts of the island, they wouldn't blink an eye to launch a whole bunch of Shahed drones at the Marine Expeditionary Unit, or if there were other forces, 82nd Airborne, they wouldn't blink an eye. They would gladly blow up their own territory if it meant causing chaos and more harm to U.S. personnel. So this doesn't mean it's going to be a cakewalk now. It just means that the IRGC doesn't have a foothold on the island anymore. U.S. described the mission as a measured degradation of the IRGC's ability to threaten international shipping, likely led by the F-15E, probably B-1s and B-52s involved as well. But the F-15E is such an amazing platform because of the targeting pod and the amount of weapons it carries, along with...
I'm wondering if they've targeted any small boat ramps, right? Anywhere where they could put in a boat that can be trailered, because they're claiming that their Navy is wiped out. So what else is there to use besides smaller boats?
With having 2 crew members, so the fighter pilot in the front can look outside, look for threats, while the weapons systems officer in the back can use the targeting pod to find those exact locations on Karj Island and just make it rain.
I'm still
the kind of
amazed how they
disciplined
can
firepower
refuel
that we're
there.
seeing take place on
That's
Karj
crazy.
makes you wonder how much more the regime can take before it just says, yeah, we're good. But it looks like they're doubling down on the rhetoric. Tehran is painting their blockade as a noble resistance while brushing off the damage from the U.S. strikes on Karj Island, South Pars petrochemical complex, and again on Pars. We've covered it a little bit, but it also turns out key chemical components for Iran's ballistic missile program, not only power, but key chemical components as well. And one more note on Sharif University, they churn out AI, advanced computing, and design work that fed the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps' drone and missile tactics. And geography here matters. Karj sites exposes the coastline, and the strait itself is a natural choke point the regime thinks it can weaponize. And they need that island. And here's my assumption. I think there's probably some advanced command and control on that island where they're actually detecting who's going through the strait. So the more we can degrade their command and control and ability to actually understand who's trucking through that, shipping through that waterway, that's when you actually start to pressure the regime and you start to take away their last domino, which is the chokehold on the Straits of Hormuz. But President Trump said,
we need to bomb the shit out of that strait. So much so that it don't never have to be dredged again. And the reason being is to get all the underwater mines. They need to just start dropping bombs in the water over there.
Said that today would be power plant and bridge day, and that every bridge and power plant in Iran could be gone within hours, sending the regime back to the Stone Ages and leaving them living in hell. He's been clear. This isn't about a conquest. It's about basic maritime security, opening the Straits of Hormuz, and he's doing it for the greater good for everybody that uses the oil through the Straits of Hormuz, mainly China, Europe. It's not necessarily the United States
China
that is using that oil.
He's misleading people right here, because China and Russia are getting through the straits. It's just anything that's fucking tagged American is not.
No, the flow of oil there does impact global energy prices. That's pretty clear. But the impact stretches from the Persian Gulf coastline all the way to those global trade routes that are right there off the coast and in the Straits of Hormuz. But we talked about the F-15Es doing some of these strikes. You've also got the option for the B-52 Stratofortress and the B-1. The B-1's a great platform right now because it has supersonic capability, and we've seen Iran doing more advanced targeting of fighter jets over the last few weeks, likely using their electro-optical cameras that have been updated and adjusted from China, maybe Russia as well. So platforms that are extremely fast, you wouldn't want to be flying up in a high altitude going slow at this point because of those electro-optical targeting sensors that we're seeing Iran focus and double down on. But US commanders now are flexing these options, B-52, B-1, F-15E Strike Eagles, overwhelming power from these bombers and fighters if needed. So when I look at it, it's like President Trump's approach. It gives Tehran an option for diplomacy first, while showing that the US won't allow this rogue radical actor to hold the global economy hostage. Now, there's going to be ripple effects by striking their energy infrastructure, obviously, and their bridges. There's going to be unideal effects initially for some of the local population that's also benefiting from these massive power plants that are powering the IRGC's war machine. But when it comes to the art of war, you guys know I love that book. And what it says is give your enemy off ramps throughout the.
He had 4 college deferments, and then he got a medical bone spur deferment. So it's interesting that he may be sending troops into harm's way when he did everything he could to avoid service in that time. Now back in Vietnam, and I'm going to bring this back up to today with the officers that we sometimes
here we go with the fucking
early or recently retired. We see on TV all
picking
the time.
apart Trump's ability to fucking
Colonel David
go
Hackworth,
into the
I think
war.
He died, I don't know, maybe 10 or 15 years ago. A fantastic book. I got to reread this. I've read it 2 or 3 times. But this guy, Colonel David Hackworth, he used to be on TV once in a while. He'd always wear like a black turtleneck. Great border during the Biden years, and we're here before. Don't think for a minute there aren't tens of thousands of operatives that came in. They're disciplined. The Iranians are not. Of course, you'll always get lone wolves that are on their own frequency, but the actual Chinese and Iranian agents that have come into our country and have no doubt about it, they're operating still under military discipline, in the sense that yes, we're establishing safe houses, we're establishing agent rat lines, we're doing target recon, but we're not acting until we're told, because we're part of an overall military effort. But if the power goes out in Tehran, nobody can ever say now that taking out America's electrical grid is an act of terrorism. So if you can put up, I think it's number 2, it says, if we destroy Iran's electrical power grid, that's like the picture is from, I think, the 1970s.
Hey, you pussy, if you'd have fought this hard for America in the first place, we might not be in this situation. You dumb fuck.
But you can see there's just
this shit pisses me off.
That are lighting up New York City there. If we take out,
remember, we started
Iran's
this
power grid and throw that country into the Stone Age, so that people in hospitals all die, and all the food in the supermarket spoils, and the bridges are destroyed, and people are isolated, and the waterworks are destroyed, because a lot of the water pipes go on these pipes or these bridges.
Pussies like this fucking pisses me off.
A bridge is not just a thing that a train or a car drives over. A bridge also has electrical power, water, gas lines. That's on the bottom of the bridge. So when we destroy the bridge, we're destroying in many cases, the water and the power and the gas. Do you think now that if somebody in this country, already with pre-planned targets, like the California Metcalf attack, that has already been reconned, and these guys are in cells under military discipline?
So what do? Do you let them just get away with this shit? You just sit back and do nothing? Is that what this dude's suggesting?
Undercover.
I cannot believe Alex Jones got this idiot up there.
And if they're told 15 and 20 foot tall high power transformers are destroyed, do you think we're going to call it terrorism? How can we call it terrorism? We started this war. Anybody that says, well, Matt, it's sort of been a war for 47 years. Look, we started this war. We did sneak attacks. Perfidy, kind of an old English sounding word, perfidy, like a perfidious person, is to lure somebody in with a fake offer of talks or a truce and then assassinate them. You know, hold up the white flag to get them in range, then your sniper shoots them. That's perfidy. We did that last June. We did that February 28th.
Oh, my bad. I had it turned down. My bad.
Qatar last year. This was Hezbollah negotiators
Appreciate
in
it, Jimmy.
Qatar.
Sorry about that.
We allowed that building where they were meeting, the Hezbollah negotiators, we allowed Israeli bombers to hit it. And we have the greatest radar in the Middle East. We knew it was coming and we let it happen. Perfidy. Nobody will trust America now. Who is going to meet Americans to have negotiations? We've proven how we negotiate. Pete Hegseth said, with that one of those pictures, Pete Hegseth said, we negotiate with bombs. We negotiate with bombs. We're off the rails, folks. And this is like Germany and Japan in 1939 or 41.
I said the same thing. I said the same thing this morning when I found out Iran was recruiting 12-year-olds. You're absolutely right.
It might be selling on Fox News and even on CNN. They're kind of like, hey, wasn't that a great rescue? And they're not even talking about why would all these C-130s be flying in? Not for a rescue.
They fucking brag about it.
Even what you would think are kind of middle of the networks. They're really sticking very close to the propaganda line, sort of seeing which way the winds of war blow before they come out for it or against it. But I'm telling you, when you start a war of aggression, reasons. We had reasons, the Iranians, they're crazy. If they get a nuke, they'll use them. They haven't. Their former supreme leader had a fatwa against building nuclear weapons. To Americans who are used to perfidy as a tactic, Matt, those Iranians always...
He has the right information to push the wrong narrative.
That's... Well, we killed that guy. And then we killed the next level below him and the next level below him. The guys under them are like, I am sure right now they're spinning up the centrifuges in some mountain complex as we speak. And all they've got to do is drag this out. They don't need a victory. They don't need to have all they need to do is keep firing a couple missiles at Israel and around the Gulf every night for the next couple months. And the world economy goes into a Great Depression. And the entire world looks at Trump and the United States and says, you did this.
The same thing, Gard.
You thought it would be an easy victory. You thought you could assassinate a few leaders and the Iranian people would rise up because Bibi Netanyahu told you that.
How do you
know
what
Netanyahu wants is a destroyed Iran. And Iran's not going by the script. So if somebody parks a truck bomb on the Golden Gate Bridge or one of the Hudson River bridges and blows it up, we're just going to say, well, whatever. That's war. When you start a war of aggression with sneak attacks, we used to say this about the Japanese. Hey, you started the war at Pearl Harbor, so we finished it at Hiroshima. That was like a set phrase all my life growing up. You started at Pearl Harbor, so don't bitch if it ends up at Hiroshima. Well, we started this one on February 28th with sneak attacks.
No. Absolutely not.
Assassination sneak attacks. That's not the country I grew up in. Anyway, I'm always glad to sit in this chair and talk to the InfoWars audience. We don't know what's going to happen with InfoWars in the future. I've got, besides
they started
David Hackworth's book, and I wish there were a few David Hackworths around. I have my own books people can find and read, and that'll help keep me going. But who knows what's going to happen in the next weeks? Will Trump decide to spare the world, or will Trump trigger Armageddon? I think seriously he has a Messiah complex. I think that the Susie Wileses and the Pete Hegseths around him have convinced him that he's like some man of destiny, number 4.
Let me do this. The folks at Bigley, about 7-8 months ago, came out with this top-of-the-line Faraday cage backpack with all these special pockets, super high quality.
Barbary Wars. It does. In fact, in a lot of ways, this is almost exactly the same sort of dynamic as the Ottomans and the Barbary Wars and the struggles that our great founding fathers had to deal with just in the first couple of years of the creation of our country. As they say, history doesn't repeat, but it sure does rhyme. Is history rhyming a little bit right now? I would say so. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Drop Rate says, don't you think it's odd that with no internet and limited videos coming out of Iran, somehow there's crystal clear footage the next day after the call to the people is made? It's government propaganda. Probably so. I think you're probably right. You know, it's so funny because over here in the U.S., even in Europe, we've got leftists. Doesn't matter what Trump says, they don't believe him. Trump is lying. Trump is full of shit. He's not. But so 0% faith in Trump or the Trump administration or Hegseth or the U.S. intelligence apparatus. Don't trust a damn thing they say. But every single thing the Iranian regime says, oh, I trust that. I believe that. If Trump said it, I don't believe it. But if the Iranian regime says it, oh, I believe that 100%. Have you noticed that?
I don't know.
Have you noticed that phenomenon?
I think it's somewhere up north.
You can't help but notice that. I see that every single day. Thank you very much. We're just doing super chats real quick, a couple of them, then we're going to get back to the news here. Ghost Out Gas says, what if Trump knew they would send them out to the plants and bridges, so now there's not a location he wanted to hit? Yeah, could be the case. Thank you very much. That's right. Aaron Worley says, Trump will not use nukes. I think you're right. Thank you very much. I agree. Wojo says, I think the fallout of the chemtrails has affected Alex Jones and Candace's brains. Don't know what to tell you. I don't know. Alejandro Campos says, maybe Trump plans to target something else. This might be a misdirection. Yeah, a lot of you guys are catching on to that. Could be the case. IRL Zay, thank you very much. And Lucas Ford says, same people that wanted judges and Congress members locked up so we could mass deport, now we're calling for 25th Amendment over some cursed words. Trump said a bad word. Well, we need to get him. I think Trump might be the first president ever to say a bad word. Trump might be the first president ever to say something mean. We need to get him out of here. That's what they're saying right now. That's the level of the political discourse. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got updates here. I want to go ahead and pull back up the news. Let's get back to it because we have updates coming out left, right, and center. One more Rumble rant here. This is from B. Kanskela says, Matt, thanks for everything. Would you agree that there's already a coup with obstructionist legislature and judicial supreme? Oh, yes, of course. In fact, we talk about that almost every single day. The judicial coup, judicial tyranny. You're right. There is. And of course, we've all seen that. We've been made witness to that over the last 13, 14 months. Thank you very much on Rumble also. Thank you very much. Okay, folks, we're doing live emergent breaking news updates here. At this point, I'm going to start pulling up live updates. We're entering the live update segment of the broadcast. Now we are shooting from the hip, so to speak, so bear with me. Stuff is coming out minute by minute. I'm getting everything ready here. Man, it's been a couple weeks.
Let me ask y'all something.
Okay, update here right now. I've got
How far-fetched would it be to take down these satellites that these people are using?
Iran has reportedly told Pakistani mediators that their current stockpiles sit at 15,000 missiles and 45,000 drones. We've seen that, we've heard that, indicating both a willingness to continue the conflict and a capacity for extended exchange of fires between them and the U.S. and Israel. This comes as reports of dwindling U.S. and Israeli Gulf nation stockpiles of long-range precision fires and interceptors abound. we have been hearing since day one of this conflict that the U.S. had no interceptors. You remember that? We've been hearing that for 5 weeks now. The U.S. has no interceptors. The U.S. has no interceptors. We've been hearing that for 5 weeks. The U.S. has no bombs. The U.S. has nothing. The U.S. has nothing. Yeah.
3 hours and 57 minutes and counting, folks.
Okay. I got an update coming out of the Strait of Hormuz. The United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operations Center has reported one incident in the Persian Gulf where a vessel struck by a projectile above the waterline in the past 24 hours. All crew are reported to be safe and accounted for. So to be very clear, one reported incident inside of the Persian Gulf where a vessel, we don't know what country or flag this vessel was representing, but a projectile struck a vessel in the Persian Gulf above the waterline. Why is that important? That means that it was not a
but just in case you didn't hear me,
naval mine.
We have 3 hours and 56 minutes.
Folks, we just had a series of Iranian ballistic missiles fired into the Negev desert in southern Israel. Would seem to be the case. Now, what happened here? Footage shows an Iranian ballistic missile flying over the Dimona, over Dimona. Okay, Dimona is the name of the city.
I think he's going to go early, bro. Here. I think he's either going to go early or they're going
southern Israel. And right next to, here it is. So Israel, here's Dimona, middle of nowhere, middle of the desert, little population center. Now, just southeast, what do you have here? It's called the Negev Nuclear Research Center, otherwise known as the Dimona Nuclear Facility. Okay, this is probably 5 or 6 miles outside of town in the desert. The Iranian regime, for 5 weeks now, they have been very clearly targeting this nuclear research center, much to no avail. They've, on at least 2 occasions I've seen, they've done some damage to Dimona, the city, but not to the research center. Now, what do we have here? Footage shows an Iranian ballistic missile flying over Dimona in southern Israel. We've got 2 videos here, plus more. Pull this up. They did it again. This one doesn't have any audio.
And I would expect,
now we actually don't see where this does it make.
I would expect to be seeing
impact.
like
Does it do
some
any
shit.
damage? I can't tell from that angle. Another one here.
Rocket's fine. and
Another
shit,
angle.
But I've gotten the live feed up in the background.
This is footage from inside Dimona. Somebody stepped outside their house here.
Nothing's happening.
Well, that was a little explosion there. It sure looks like this one made landfall. That one got pretty low.
Stop that.
Well, we've got more footage. Let's see if we can get a confirmation here. I'm sorry. Put that on the big screen.
Yo, oh my God.
Oh, they do believe in God.
Yep. Yep.
Yo, oh my God.
Now, folks, I'm just going to take a guess here. If this is footage coming out of Dimona, and you can see this ballistic missile hits outside of the city, beyond the ridge line there, and you can tell it hits something, I wonder, well, I'll be damned. Look at that. There's a ridge line right there. What do you want? Well, I hate to be the bringer of bad news, but I'm just trying to piece this together. If that footage was from inside Dimona, you have a ridge line right here between Dimona and the research center. Might it be the case that that ballistic missile could have hit that research center? Why do I keep saying center? Facility center. Facility center. Center. Might be the case. I'm going to try to get more information.
I don't know how, Bulldog, or I would.
I'll play that one more time, big screen.
Yo, oh my God.
But we got 3 hours and 52 minutes.
Yo, oh my God.
Yo,
Yo, oh my God.
It's beyond the ridge line there. Okay. Another one. Another angle. So if our take on the geography here charts out, this footage would have been recorded outside of the city down here to the southwest in this sort of looks like an industrial area. That's where that footage would have been recorded from. That over here on the west side. Maybe out here by the airport. There's an airport over there. Who knows? Who knows? It's hard to tell. It's hard to make out exactly on the spot. But I'm gonna pull up some more updates here, folks. Bear with me here, because this stuff is coming out at light speed. Iran is internet? No, not really. But this is from Israel. This is footage coming out of Israel right now. Okay, I've got an information drop here for you guys. Bear with me here. You work in a center? It's always been my dream. Okay, earlier this evening, the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, detained a UNIFIL peacekeeper after blocking a logistics convoy. Following direct and immediate contacts by UNIFIL's head of mission and force commander, our liaison branch, the peacekeeper was released in less than an hour. UNIFIL. To be honest with you, that's a word I'm not even familiar, or an acronym I'm not familiar with. United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon. Well, that's a very highly specific force. So somebody tried to stop an Israeli peacekeeping force in Lebanon. Okay, that's really not the biggest news. Then they let him go. Might have been a misunderstanding. Oh, I've got more breaking news here, folks. Hold up. Bear with me here. Supporters of Iraq's pro-Iran popular mobilization militias reportedly stormed the Kuwaiti consulate in Basra province in protest of Kuwait's role with the U.S. in the war against Iran. So, folks, these are pro-Iranian regime Iraqis that are storming the Kuwaiti consulate because they are mad that Kuwait is working with the U.S. Let's plug this in the map here. Presumably, it's right about there. So this is in Iraq next to Kuwait. Okay, let's zoom in here. Well, do you think, I'm not sure if this is Consulate General of Iran's Islamic Audience. You can see that. Can we drop down on Street View? No, of course not. Probably not. We don't have Street View over here. It's hard to make
That's
out
something else
exactly.
I've
But anyway,
never
okay.
agreed with.
So this is
either,
just
having
a
Street
reminder
View
here,
for
by the way,
fucking
that in fact, yes,
everybody
there are
else
pro-Iranian
around the world to be able to plan shit.
proxies that are in pro-Iranian regime proxies in Iraq. It's true. They've been a part of this entire time. Undeniably so. We've got action back here in America right now, ladies and gentlemen. You're not going to believe this. Bear with me here. I'm pulling this up. Listen, folks, I'm telling you, it is going to be a busy day. Bunker down, get a snack, go to the bathroom, make sure to like, follow, subscribe. We're going to be here all day as this unfolds. White liberals and Islamists just stormed the streets of New York City demanding hands off Iran now. I'm going to take a bite of my breakfast while we watch this. Don't you love that? Glory to the martyrs. Victory to the resistance. Don't you just love having pro-Iranian regime protest groups in the streets of New York City? That's my favorite thing. I love that.
In a tweet he released this morning, he said, "A whole civilization will die tonight. We all know that the U.S. and Israel are genocidal maniacs, but that will stop at nothing to achieve their goals." Despite all of this, the U.S. Israeli entity is suffering a humiliating defeat. U.S. bases and radar systems all over the Arab world have been destroyed, and Israel has been delivered justice with daily strikes on illegal settlements and military centers by Iran, by Hezbollah, and more recently Ansar Allah, better known as the Houthis.
Well, look at the types of signs that we have here. Let me break this down. The state of Israel.
These fucking ignorant ass people.
And its atrocity. Judaism condemns. Hang Gvir. He's an Israeli politician. Racist pedos. Okay. You've got this KKK American Star of David Israeli flag hood. Lynching. Burning in hell. So these people are psychotic. You know how when we say if you import the third world, you become the third world? We have right now third worlders in our streets expressing their third world problems. Rioting. I mean, we've seen them burn entire cities down. We've seen them. This is what happens. We, in a lot of ways, we kind of brought this upon ourselves by letting these type of people in the country in the first place. You want to know why we didn't have pro-Palestine protests 50 years ago? It's because we didn't have we didn't have as many third worlders in the country, period. Oftentimes they bring their problems with them. Astounding. Now, what other breaking news footage do we have coming out of the pipeline right here? Just in the whole world knows President Trump is serious. Pakistani Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif is now begging Trump to extend his 8 p.m. bridge and power plant deadline for Iran because peace talks are progressing steadily.
Reuters reporting that Pakistan's prime minister just said the diplomatic efforts for a peaceful settlement are progressing steadily.
Progressing steadily, huh? Okay, this is the Prime Minister of Pakistan. He says, and I quote, diplomatic efforts for peaceful settlement of the ongoing war in the Middle East are progressing steadily, strongly, and powerfully with the potential to lead to substantive results in the near future. To allow diplomacy to run its course, I earnestly request President Trump to extend the deadline for 2 weeks.
No.
Pakistan,
that's not
in all
doing
sincerity, requests the Iranian brothers to open the Strait of Hormuz for a corresponding 2-week period as a goodwill gesture. We also urge all warring parties to observe a ceasefire everywhere for 2 weeks to allow diplomacy to achieve conclusive termination of the war. Of course, in the interest of long-term peace and stability in the region. So the Pakistani prime minister is saying, please extend the negotiation timeline 2 weeks. Iranians open the Hormuz for 2 weeks, ceasefire for 2 weeks. This is effectively a ceasefire. Ceasefire for 2 weeks, keep the negotiations going, and in the meantime, open up the Hormuz. That's coming from the Prime Minister of Pakistan.
What is it, little buddy?
The CIA reportedly deployed a futuristic, never-before-used tool known as the Ghost Murmur to help find the American airmen stranded in a mountain crevice. It's called the new CIA futuristic tool is called the Ghost Murmur. It's like hearing a voice in a stadium, except the stadium is 1,000 square miles of desert. In the right conditions, if your heart is beating, we will find you. Wow. The secret technology uses long-range quantum magnetometry
I wonder if that's how they found
to
Osama.
find the
I mean, not Osama, but
electromagnetic fingerprint of a
dadgummit.
human heartbeat, and then pairs the data with artificial intelligence software to isolate the signature from background
Oh,
noise.
dude, they found in the
Two
desert.
sources reported.
Barack Hussein.
At the briefing yesterday, Trump specifically credited the CIA
Saddam
with
Hussein.
assisting the rescue.
However
That's what he
the fuck you say
did.
his name.
Okay, breaking news. Hold up. Bear with me now, folks, ladies and gentlemen. Bear with me here. Sirens and explosions have been heard in the last few minutes over Bahrain, Qatar.
If they put this off, pimp, all it's going to do is just prolong the inevitable. I will say that. There's been too much putting it off.
And the United Arab Emirates as Iran launches now yet
Like I
another
keep
ballistic
repeating, I
missile
don't want to see
attack
anybody
targeting
die.
the Gulf nations, with this being the first attack
But-
in roughly a week against Qatar's capital of Doha. Now, I'm going to bear with me here, ladies and gentlemen. I'll pull something up. Can we
You have
do
to set a
this?
hard deadline, and that be it.
Can we
You
do
can't keep
something?
changing and all that shit. It's just stall tactics.
I'm seeing if I can find a live video feed for us of any of these locations. I'll tell you something very curious. One of these live feeds we used to watch a couple weeks ago, the YouTube channel has been banned. It got taken down. Can you believe that? I kid you not. The YouTube channel got taken down. Hold up here. I've got something else. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, we're doing all this all day. We're covering all of this all day. Pardon my language. Shit is hitting the fan. I have a report coming out right now. Breaking news. A senior Gulf official has just told Politico reportedly that they, quote, have no idea what Trump is thinking. Now, which Gulf official of which country is this true? Who, when? I don't know.
Yep.
According to Politico, some senior Gulf official,
I agree with you, Chad.
anonymous,
I agree with you,
quote,
brother.
we have no idea what Trump is thinking. I would imagine President Trump is tired of getting strung along, which is effectively what has been happening. Seems like the Iranians, they've been saying, listen, we want to keep negotiating 2 more weeks, give us 2 months, give us whatever. Meanwhile, they have no intention of engaging in negotiations in good faith. They just keep on bunkering in and building missiles, bombs, and rockets and drones. They're leveraging these negotiations to just further entrench themselves. Seems to be the case. One of the reasons why the JCPOA was such an incompetent deal. Thank God President Trump ripped it up in 2018. That's the Obama nuclear deal. Now, I'm just thinking about who this senior Gulf official might be. We know for a fact, by the way, that the Saudi Arabians have been putting pressure on Trump to keep this thing going. The Saudi Arabians, they are pissed. They want the Iranian regime done. Same goes for the Emiratis, the United Arab Emirates. They have been putting pressure on Trump. Also, Trump, you got to, Trump, take it all the way. See this thing across the finish line. So, if any senior Gulf official would be saying, we don't know what Trump is doing, he's crazy. I don't know, perhaps it would be from Qatar. If I had to place a bet, if that's true, I would bet that it's some official from Qatar. But even then, we don't know. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan's Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif is officially publicly requesting that President Trump extend his Iran deadline by at least 2 weeks, while also asking that Iran open up the Strait of Hormuz. That's coming from Pakistan. I have another update here. An IDF spokesperson, following a situational assessment, following a situational assessment, and as the ultimatum deadline approaches, increased rocket fire towards Israel is possible in the coming hours. Civilians in Israel are urged to remain alert, to act responsibly, and follow home front command instructions. The IDF is prepared for both defense and offense. There's that report right there. Now, one moment here, folks. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. I've got a little bit of cleaning up to do here. All right.
Just so you don't know, we got 3 hours.
We're on the ball covering all of this. You know what? If you can bear with me here, why don't I put a live timer up at the top of the screen so we can see when this deadline actually, when it comes to an end? How about that? So this will just take 1 moment here. Let's get a timer up here on the screen. It's a one-man show. We've got to do all the production on my own here, so give me 1 moment here. And you can look at the beautiful Middle Eastern skylines. Countdown to time. Oh, that's not a good way. I need to find a website to do this. Countdown timer. Okay. So how long exactly do we have? We have, what is it? 4 hours and 15 minutes. Is that right? That's right. 4 hours and 14 minutes. I'll do this. Or it could be 2 more weeks if President Trump agrees to this temporary ceasefire, which Pakistanis have proposed. But I would speculate that he is. Do you think Trump is going to take that offer? I'm going to ask you, do you think that Trump is going to agree to this offer that the Pakistanis have proposed? In fact, you know what? Beyond Trump, I don't even think that the damn Iranians are going to agree to this. Are the Iranians going to agree to open up the Hormuz for 2 weeks?
I know this, Pimp.
Does anybody really think they're going to do that?
I will definitely be watching.
Even if Trump says, okay, temporary ceasefire 2 weeks, are the Iranians going to say yes to that? Open up the Hormuz? Don't think so. Because then they lose all their leverage. They've got dozens, hundreds of ships inside the Persian Gulf, desperate to get out. If they open up the Hormuz, all those ships are leaving. They're not coming back. The Iranian regime loses some amount of leverage by doing so.
Exactly.
So I don't think the Iranians would do that. Window capture. That's a big no from me. It's got to be a no from me. Now we do have breaking news updates, but I'm trying to get this timer up here, ladies and gentlemen. If you can bear with me here. Well, I can't get this damn thing working. So, we're just going to go without it for now. Let me find some more breaking news updates here because stuff is still coming out of the pipeline right now. We're getting reports of loud interceptions over Qatar amid the Iranian attack. So Iran confirmed about 10 minutes ago, fired a round of ballistic missiles at Qatar. This is the first time they've done so in 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's starting to shoot them off. I figured they would.
I'm sorry, 1 week. Apologize, 1 week. Sounds like most of them are getting intercepted, thank God. Folks, right now, the entire world, I mean, can you imagine the responsibility? This is one of the biggest decisions in recent history. What do you do? Trump, what do you do? The ball is in your court. What do you do? 4 hours, 10 minutes. Big responsibility. And of course, he's got multiple different parties, entities, individuals polling him in different ways. Some people are saying, Trump, you should do this. Other people are saying, Trump, you should do that. Everybody's telling him something else. I'm sure even within his own administration, he's got people saying, hey, don't do it, do it. Hey, don't do it. You should do this instead. I'm sure. I am sure. Man, this is just the most annoying thing ever. I cannot get this timer to work. That's fine. I'll do it later. At the moment here, stand by. We might have something right now. He's a man of promises. Well, I'll tell you something. This is just fact of the matter. Whether it be Trump or anybody else, if you're in a negotiation and you keep on setting deadlines, you say, if this does not happen by this time on this day, then the deal is off, or then this other thing is going to happen. If you never actually follow through on those deadlines, then before you know it, people are going to stop taking you seriously.
Yep.
If you're all bark and no bite, then you're not getting taken seriously. And Trump, of course, more than anyone else, knows that. Okay, folks, breaking news right now. Right now. A senior Iranian official told Reuters just now that the Iranian regime is positively reviewing Pakistan's proposal for a 2-week ceasefire. This is hot off the press less than a minute ago. A senior Iranian official has told Reuters that the Iranian regime is positively reviewing Pakistan's proposal for a 2-week ceasefire. Now, this 2-week ceasefire that we just spoke about this 5 minutes ago, of course, would include not just a 2-week ceasefire, but reopening the Strait of Hormuz for 2 weeks while negotiations continue on. We shall see. I'll tell you what, I see everybody in the live chat here. Let's do another poll. We're doing another survey here, folks. I got a question for you. Let's pull it up. Okay, bring this up. Start a poll. Okay.
These fucking polls are useless.
Should Trump accept the 2-week ceasefire?
No.
This is your opinion. In theory, I'll say in theory, because we don't even know if this thing is really on the table, but let's say that it is. In theory, should Trump accept the 2-week ceasefire under the conditions that we just spoke about? And this poll is going to be on YouTube. Once again, I'm sorry, Rumblers. I apologize. I'm going to start that.
Absolutely not.
There's our poll. There it is. There it is. I see everybody in the Rumble chat is saying no. I'm going to leave you folks up there here for a moment. I'm going to look at these super chats. We have a big super chat here from Just Diana. Massive super chat. Thank you very much, Diana. Thank you, ma'am. She says, this is not for you, it's for me. Hey, wait a minute. She says, I feel better when I support someone worth supporting. No one does a broadcast like this the way that you do. Thank you for your effort and time. You are the best MAGA Morris Force. You know, first off, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I really do.
Yeah, I don't think he will.
I see her all the time, and I'm very lucky to be here.
This shit's been going on for weeks.
Of course, I think all of us, I can speak for all of us, I think genuinely when I say this, we are praying that
fucking ploy.
This situation can be navigated out of with minimal loss of life, minimal human sacrifice, casualty, or otherwise.
We have nothing to
We're hoping
gain.
that this thing can be de-escalated as through whatever means it takes, as quickly and as safely and humanely as realistically possible, of course. Thank you very much, Diana. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's a big one. I appreciate that a lot. I'm looking at the poll here. In theory, should Trump accept the 2-week ceasefire? 11% say yes. 89% say no. 89% say no. Everybody says no deal. Everybody just wants it to be FAFO time, for lack of a better phrase. Brad says the people of Iran are not Islamists. They're mostly fellow Zoroastrianism. Only 4 to 5% are Islamist. I don't think that's true. That the majority of people in Iran are Zoroastrian. Now, Zoroastrians, I think it's kind of cool. They're cool. I wish everybody was Zoroastrian in Iran, but I just don't even think that that's true. I think it's actually these days a very small minority of Iranians that are Zoroastrian, like 1 or 2 or 3%. I don't think that's the case, but I hope I'm wrong. I just don't think that that's the case. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Eyes wide open.
Yeah, I think we've
Thank you
given
very
them,
much. I
given them
appreciate
enough time
I
too.
appreciate that. Knitting Shark says, by the way, thank you very much, says, after all your extended and great coverage throughout this conflict, you need to take your lovely, understanding wife out to dinner. I can do that. Yeah. You know what? That doesn't sound that torturous. I think I can do that at some point. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Knitting Shark, you guys are always looking out for my lovely wife, and she appreciates that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Sounds okay. I can probably do that. And Zekata, red, white, and blue. Thank you. How about you, red, white, and blue? Thank you very much. No, thank you. All of you. Thank you very much. The Iranians might be willing to agree to that type of ceasefire, the conditions of which, once again, as a reminder, would involve, I'm trying to find the exact post. That's fine. I can just recite it. Everybody stops blowing each other up. Iran opens up the Strait of Hormuz, and then they keep on negotiating for 2 weeks. So, to what is potentially on the table, the Pakistanis are trying to broker this deal. In fact, the Pakistani Prime Minister posted this himself. I'll pull up the Pakistani Prime Minister, whatever the hell his name is. Next page. Let me find his. Shabazz. All right, you ready? This is the offer, the deal the Pakistani Prime Minister is attempting to negotiate right now. It is this. Shahbaz Sharif. Diplomatic efforts for peaceful settlement of the ongoing war in the Middle East are progressing steadily, he says, strongly and powerfully, with the potential to lead to substantive results in the near future. According to him, he goes on to say, to allow diplomacy to run its course, I earnestly request President Trump to extend the deadline for 2 more weeks. Pakistan, in all sincerity, requests
he
the
just don't
Iranian
wanna-
brothers to open the Strait of
he's been
Hormuz
over there.
for a
He knows-
corresponding
he knows
period of
what's
2 weeks
going on over
as a
there.
goodwill gesture. We also urge all warring parties to observe
just
a
don't like what
ceasefire
he's saying,
everywhere
bro. That's
for
all.
2
And which
weeks
is
to allow
understandable.
diplomacy to achieve conclusive termination of the war in interest of long-term peace and stability in the region. And then the Pakistani prime minister went on to tag Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, Rubio, Witkoff. What is this? Southeast Asia Peace Missions? What is this? No, this is also Witkoff. Pezeshkian, Galibaf, and Aragchi. 3 senior ranking members currently living, that is, of the Iranian government, the Iranian regime. He's tagging everybody. So we will see shortly after. We got a report that senior Iranian officials are positively reviewing this Pakistani peace proposal for a 2-week ceasefire. This is a breaking news update. The White House confirms that President Trump has been made aware of the proposal and that a response will come in short time. Trump has seen the proposal. Trump has seen the offer. He is aware of it. Ball's in his court. The ball is in his court, ladies and gentlemen. Trump knows, everybody knows. The Iranians are reviewing it positively, as they say. We shall see. Now, Pat Brooks, $26.99. This is a massive super chat. Says, thank you, Matt, for all you do. God bless America. God bless President Trump. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate that a lot. You know, it's such an unfortunate and difficult and just psychotic position to be in. President Trump, genuinely, sincerely, I think every honest person can admit this. He has bent over backwards to try to negotiate a deal, an agreement with the Iranian regime to get them to stop enriching weapons-grade uranium, stop industrially manufacturing suicide drones and ballistic missiles. He has made a very sincere, concerted effort for months and months and months and months and months. And he's effectively been told to F off every single time. He's been snubbed. He's been snubbed just about every single time. Well, not just about, literally every single time. At a certain point, you can, let me rewind. Is it fair to say President Trump has conducted himself throughout these negotiations with the carrot? Trump has attempted to dangle a carrot in front of the Iranian regime. They have refused the carrot. They were not interested. Trump has decided, it seems to be the case, that he has decided it's time to bring out the rod. As they say, if the carrot doesn't work, you bring out the rod. And that seems to be, well, at this point, he's brought out a series of rods. The first rod would be Operation Midnight Hammer. The second rod would be everything that's happened over the last 5 weeks. The third rod, the biggest rod to date, we might see tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern time. We'll see. The rod keeps getting bigger. He tried with the carrot. So right now we know that President Trump has been made aware of this counter proposal. You know what I can do.
Everybody's
here is,
opinion is appreciated here. Everybody's.
Here's what I'll do. Okay.
But in my opinion,
I'll get
this
some
shit
notes
has
up
to
here
go
on the
through.
screen so everybody knows.
Ain't that the truth? It's all fucking remote and electronic and shit. Three
All
hours
right.
and 16
We'll get some notes
minutes.
up here so everybody can kind of see. At 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Trump's timeline closes. Right now, 2-week ceasefire negotiations are ongoing. Seems to be the case. We don't know. This could go any which way. Be honest, is Matt, will you be here tonight when hell breaks out? I will be here until tonight's situation kind of concludes. Might have a ceasefire. Might have a two-week ceasefire deal that gets made. I don't know. Or maybe there's no deal. Trump says, no, you missed your shot. You should have agreed to a deal 2 weeks ago or 2 months ago.
Most definitely. I don't
Too late.
think Trump's going to fall for that shit.
That might be Trump's response. But anyway, I will be here until we have a conclusion to this. Craig Custer says, doesn't president need congressional approval if conflict lasts more than 60 days? More than 90 days. He's got 60 plus 30 for a 90 total. And right now we are what? You're right. But we are 36 days into this. So Trump has got some time. Trump has got some time. But yeah, no, good memory. Good memory there. Thank you very much. Concrete Lizard says Trump won't dick around with these people. It's over for them. You can tell, everybody calls, well, not everybody, but the far.
I talked to a whole bunch of people. Pentagon, intelligence, White House, Trump confidants, Pentagon journalists, and they know who they are. But it's the same way I told you they had a meeting 6 days after Kirk was killed, and Kash Patel said shut down any foreign involvement investigations or any accomplices domestically. Of course, it came out exactly as I said, the exact date.
God dang it.
Now, why do I get this? Because they know I have a huge show, and they're scared to put it out themselves. I've had top journalists, as big as I am or bigger. Who could that be? Gee, I don't know. Give me a lot of this intel as well.
Either, Guy Hart.
Because at the time, they were still trying to preserve their relationship with the president. These people very close to J.D. Vance. I'll leave it at that. And I mean, very close to J.D. Vance. And obviously, this is known. My phones are all tapped, so it's not a secret. And it's not like they're leaking anything.
That shit right here is uncalled for, Alex. All you're doing is putting other people on fucking under the gun when you do that. If somebody tells you something in secret, you don't even hint around to who or
but
he feels the need to be fucking what's the word I'm looking for? Like he's got the inside scoop. I don't like people like that. That's bullshit right there.
Vance has been vehemently anti-war. Once Trump goes, he backs him. He signed up for that. I'm not even attacking him for that. That's what he signed up for. Be loyal and follow what the president says. Even Susie Wiles, who gets demonized a lot. And I have big problems with her in a lobbying firm. She's been pissed off. And I told you that weeks ago. It was in the news last week. So when I tell you this, two of the people are close confidants of Trump.
Yeah, that's
another is let's just say very close in the cabinet. And they're wanting me to know this. Just like when Charlie Kirk called me a couple times, called me many times before that, but a couple times right before he got killed, saying, keep up the Epstein pressure. He's not in there, but they've convinced him at the CIA not to release it. I told you about this. Right after he died. Keep it up. We're putting pressure. You saw that come out other places in his text messages. He also said, keep up the pressure on Iran. This will derail everything. This will derail the recovery. It'll be a quagmire. He's got a lot of bad forces putting pressure on him. And you saw, then the Israel lobby denied that Kirk ever said that, and they released the text messages and found clips of him on TV saying it. So the point is, there's a lot of lobbying of the president going on. And they don't want smart people like Charlie Kirk or Tulsi Gabbard or Joe Kent or me advising the president. And that was big news in the first admin. New chief of staff's main job is keeping Alex Jones away from Trump. Remember all those headlines? I'd say, sir, you know, this person's George Soros, this person's globalist, this person's, he'd fire him. Just like you see a reporter, when they open up the reporters, they kind of cut that back now. They come up and say, Mr. President, did you know this? He'd check it and fire him 2 hours later. He said, really? Really? On a whole bunch of issues. I mean, he is the president. He is making the decisions, but these bad people are able to convince him, so they spend all their time bubble wrapping him. Good news, he's looking for an off-ramp internally. He knows that he was lied to. He knows it's hurting the economy. He's really upset about the Strait, even though he's saying he isn't. Oh, go ahead and keep the Strait. We don't care. Now, the next day, effing turn it over. We're going to blow you up. Put you in the Stone Age. He's really upset with the people that advised him. And I said, what was that Levin thing about? He goes, oh, absolutely. He is really, really now just think Levin's an idiot. And then I saw Levin Saturday night. Okay, we need to go ahead and end it, but have a permanent U.S. base and just kill them here and there when we need to. Well, that's better than World War IV. And Mark Levin makes jokes about World War IV. It's what the CIA calls it, Dumbo. World War III was the Cold War, Dumbo. Go read your Army War College, Dumbo. Know it all. You don't know anything. He even says on here, I don't know about the military. I'll listen to the military geniuses. They know what to do. The military geniuses said, don't do it, Mark. So if you want to know about the military, read what the experts say and study it yourself. Consensus, it was bad. And did it turn out like I said and the Pentagon said and Eric Prince, who might know a little bit more than you about it? Yeah. Don't stick your dick in a light socket or a beehive. It is Monday, April 6, 2026. I am your embattled host coming to you from deep in the heart of Texas, broadcasting worldwide. We're entering the 441st day of the return of Trump. And boy, is it a paradox. So much good's been done and so much bad. And it's getting worse by the minute. Let me start with this. Trump came out on Easter and said, Allah Akbar, God is great. Open the effing Strait or face total destruction. And Iran came back with a 15-point plan. That's basically the same as the last one. Ceasefire, all your military bases leave. $500 billion. And Trump said, nope, destroy all your major bridges and all of what's left of your power plants. And the Iranians, all the historians and military experts believe have a 90+% chance of hanging on indefinitely. And so from go, it was a failed plan. The Pentagon and the 17 intelligence agencies gave him a review 5 days before and even leaked it to the press. And you saw Susie Wiles last week, and I talked to folks that were in the meetings. She leaked 3 times saying the war needs to end now. And she's a hawk. Eric Prince said, don't do it day one and explain why. And then we have Mark Levin saying we are Iranian agents because we said it wasn't going to work. Again, you can have a revolver. They have them with 10 cylinders. They have those. I own one with a 22 and a 38 special. And normally Russian roulette, you do it with 6 cylinders with 1 live cartridge. And you spin it. And people do high bets and do it. It's real. People do it. It's crazy. It's not a myth. Look it up. I would never do that unless it was like, play Russian roulette or we're going to kill your kids. Something like that. The Vietnamese, when they capture our troops, will make them do it and gamble over them. A lot of soldiers, POWs, died like that. But I wouldn't do it unless it was a gun to my children's head. That's 1 bullet out of 6. What about 9 out of 10? 92% chance, Pentagon report. Not just one analyst, that was the consensus. 92% chance you won't get regime change. They close Strait of Hormuz. You don't roll the dice on a 92% chance of failure.
I think he's
but you
just
notice
worried,
Trump keeps
bro, like
doubling down. These are cold, hard facts. The dissenters were the head of CENTCOM and Hegseth and a bunch of political advisors telling Trump, no, we can do it. Let's do it. Good news. You got to monitor Mark Levin on Fox over the weekend because he's the mouth of our real foreign policy president, Benjamin Netanyahu. And he tells you what Trump's thinking. Trump says, tune into this repeatedly to hear what I think. And he said, well, we need to wind this down now.
Contractor.
Have a permanent U.S.
Construction
military base,
contract.
probably in Israel, that just routinely bombs any targets that pop up and just kind of have the Israel policy for the U.S. the way they have theirs for Gaza and the West Bank and
I
Lebanon
believe now.
and
I
Syria.
may be wrong about that.
Build a huge military base, he said, somewhere, probably Israel, and then just bomb them. They say, well, how's that good news? Well, he's saying off-ramp. That's the off-ramp. That's not an off-ramp for me, but that's their off-ramp. That's the Israeli policy. If they can't take something out, they just keep bombing it basically forever. And what did I tell you over the weekend? And the videos all went viral. Tens of millions of views. One video got like 8 million views, another 5, 6 million, a whole bunch, 4 or 5 million. I counted it was like 18 million, probably 20 million views right now on like 6 or 7 videos I put up, which I'm glad, got out. But
and gas has
I
went down a
got
little bit.
swarmed, and it's just an example of the
It's at
propaganda that's out there.
409
I got
here right
swarmed
now. It was at like
by neocon bots and Mark Levin and all the other usual suspects attacking me,
Went down about 50
saying I'm a slob, I'm a scumbag, I'm an Iranian agent, I'm a Qatari agent, I'm an idiot, I'm a failure, I'm off the air, my show's bigger than ever. And you can go read these. I mean, these are hundreds of thousands of comments. It just goes on and on and on with all of them attacking and saying I'm full of crap and I don't know anything and blah, 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 blah. What were they talking about? I am more effective in many ways behind the
The ringing in your ears could cause a total brain collapse in less than 2 years. Tinnitus
scenes. I've been on here 32 years. 32 years on the 15th, just in less than 10 days. And I basically know everybody. And everybody calls me. I mean, dozens of members of Congress every week. What do you think about this UFO thing? What do you think about the Federal Reserve? This? What should we do on that? What are questions for this? What are questions for that?
3 hours
and
more fucking minutes.
So I've got all these sources. And so I started making some phone calls. I was so concerned about what to do with this war and what Trump's really thinking. And I talked to a whole bunch of people. Pentagon, intelligence, White House, Trump confidants, Pentagon journalists, and they know who they are. But it's the same way I told you they had a meeting 6 days after Kirk was killed, and Kash Patel said shut down any foreign involvement investigations or any accomplices domestically.
All right, y'all don't
of course, it came out exactly as I said, the exact date.
I appreciate all
now,
of it.
why do I
right?
get this?
Everybody's
Because
got
they don't have a
different
huge
points of view.
show.
And it's because everybody lives in a different world. Everybody's got different
And they're
things on their plate.
scared to put it out themselves. I've
chill
had
out.
top journalists as big as I am or bigger. Who could that be? Gee, I don't know.
I'm not taking sides. But I just
Give me
I'll
a
be
lot of this
friendly. There's
intel
no
as
point in
well,
arguing over you.
because at the time they were still trying to preserve the relationship with the president.
I got respect.
These
for
people are
both of
very
you.
close to JD
And I
Vance. I'll
appreciate
leave it
that.
at that.
A lot, because y'all are
And I mean,
always here.
very
Y'all
close to JD
always
Vance.
support me.
And obviously this is known. My phones are all tapped, so it's not a secret. And it's not like they're leaking anything classified or anything.
Come on, Bill.
But Vance has been vehemently anti-war. Once Trump goes, he backs him. He signed up for that. I'm not even attacking him for that. That's what he signed up for. Be loyal and follow what the president says. Easy Walls, who gets demonized a lot, and I have big problems with her in a lobbying firm. She's been pissed off. And I told you that weeks ago. It was in the news last week. So when I tell you this, two of the people are close confidants of Trump. Another is let's just say, very close in the cabinet. And they're wanting me to know this, just like when Charlie Kirk called me many times before that, but a couple times right before he got killed, saying, keep up the Epstein pressure. He's not in there, but they've convinced him at the CIA not to release it. I told you about this. Right after he died. Keep it up. We're putting pressure. You saw that come out other places in his text messages.
Thank you, sir.
He also said, keep up the pressure on Iran. This will derail everything. This will derail the recovery. It'll be a quagmire. He's got a lot of bad forces putting pressure on him. And you saw, then the Israel lobby denied that Kirk ever said that, and they released the text messages and found clips of him on TV saying it. So the point is there's a lot of lobbying of the president going on.
Switch back over here. They're saying that
Senior U.S. official.
they're not going to go.
to
They're not.
Al Jazeera.
Let me back this up just a second.
The Pentagon has prepared military plans.
Let's just back this up a second here.
That would be Pakistan, the Pakistani mediators.
Say U.S. thing.
And gas infrastructure in the region. Iranian, the IRGC right. Americans, that's us, make up right around 0.15% of the world's total population. A very has been happening, and I think it will continue to happen. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Oh, hold up here. Okay. I have some big updates here, folks. First, if you're new to the show, do me a favor. Make sure to hit that like button and make sure to subscribe because it really does help a lot. It really sincerely does help a lot. Thank you very much. Big news. First tidbit. An Iranian insider tells Qatari Al-Arabi Al-Jadid, this is a Qatari news outlet, that the Iranian regime may accept a 2-week ceasefire while holding firm on its demands, but trust in the United States remains absent despite mediator assurances. Iran might accept a 2-week ceasefire.
That's not
while holding firm on.
That's not going to work.
That makes it sound like they would be unwilling to even temporarily reopen the Hormuz, and they don't trust the United States, despite assurances from the mediators. That would be Pakistan, the Pakistani mediators. That's the first tidbit I want to share. The second tidbit here. This is maybe a bit longer. Maybe not. A senior U.S. official speaking to Al Jazeera. The Pentagon has prepared military plans and our forces are ready if the president decides to implement his threats against Iran tonight. We are ready. The Pentagon's plans range from limited strikes to extensive operations against Iran. We will not reveal whether nuclear facilities are among the targets Trump has identified within Iran. So anyway, the takeaway from this is whatever President Trump wants to do, we are ready. The Pentagon says we are ready. We've got plan A, plan B, plan blah, 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 plan C. I can't speak English. Whatever Trump wants, Pentagon says we can do it. If he wants to do a little bit, we can do it. If he wants to do a little bit or a big bit, if he wants to go all the way, we can do it. According to the Pentagon, allegedly, as reported by Al Jazeera. Okay. We still do not have an official statement or response from the one man that matters most. His name is President Trump. No, we do not. And that's really what we need to see here. That's really all we need to see here. On the edge of our seat. We have a super chat here from Mbede. He says, if the dialogue that Iran is winning were true, they wouldn't be shoving their people in front of bombs. One, children in front of bombs, true, to try to dissuade Trump from bombing their electrical facilities and bridges. Totally correct. 2, I mean, we saw 10 days ago or a week ago that the Iranian regime was opening recruitment for 12-year-olds. I kid you not. We've talked about that time and time again. I've shown you the proof. In fact, it's not like secret. They publicly broadcast it out. The Iranian regime is now accepting 12-year-old boys into their ranks to combat the evil Americans.
3 hours and counting.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Is it going down?
Okay, hold up. Stand by. Breaking news. Let me get everything ready for you here.
That's what's up, pimp.
A regional source representing CBC, or talking to CNN, said, and I quote, "Some good news is expected from both sides soon on a potential Iran ceasefire." Once again, coming out of CNN, some good news is expected from both sides soon on a potential Iranian ceasefire. Now, I think many of you are not going to be happy about that. Knowing this audience, I think you're not going to be happy about that. What's more, I've got some more information here. Can I full screen this? What do we have? Pakistani Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif has asked the warring parties to observe a 2-week ceasefire to allow diplomacy to achieve conclusive termination of the war. We've looked at that. He has also asked U.S. President Donald Trump to extend his deadline on Iran by 2 weeks and for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz during that 2-week period. A regional source said, quote, "Some good news is expected from both sides very soon, and that discussions were steered directly by Pakistan's Army Chief Field Marshal Asim Munir." The source added that a deal is expected to be closed tonight.
Yeah, that's how I feel too. They're just trying to stall.
Can I give you my personal speculation here? Can I give you my personal opinion? You're welcome to disagree or agree. It's not going to bother me. I don't think Trump wants to do any of this. I don't think Trump wants to do any of this. I don't think Trump was happy about conducting Midnight Hammer. I don't think Trump wants to do this or is happy about what he's doing now. I think he's as a resolute man, as a leader, I think he recognized this had to be done. This is something that needed to be done. This is something that should have been done a very long time ago. And the buck stops with him. But I don't think he wants to do it. I don't think he's happy to do it. But I think he knows, as a leader does, as only a leader can, he recognizes that it needed to be done, even if he didn't want to do it. But that's just my opinion.
Tanya, an alarming threat.
That's just my
tonight,
opinion.
who writes a whole civilization will die tonight as the clock ticks to his deadline to make a deal. Overnight, the U.S. launching strikes on military targets on Karg Island, Iran's main oil export terminal. And with hours to go until his deadline for Iran to make a deal, President Trump with an alarming new threat, writing, "A whole civilization will die tonight, to be brought back again." He adds, "I don't want that to happen, but it probably will." The president suggesting an off-ramp was still possible, writing, quote, "Maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight." The president set an 8 o'clock Eastern deadline tonight for Iran to make a deal and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. warning yesterday that the entire country could be taken out if they do not.
Where every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and never to be used again.
But some experts warn strikes on infrastructure could be a violation of international law.
We strike civilian targets, power generation plants. They, of course, support hospitals. They support desalinization plants. These are things that are necessary for life.
All right, we heard that one already. Let's see what this is supposedly from 7 hours ago. We'll play this one and see what he's talking about.
Let's bring in our former Trump Deputy National Security Advisor, KT McFarland. Good morning to you, KT.
Good morning.
Good
What an
morning.
extraordinary day. And we
Yeah.
are in for a 12-hour period that's going to determine the future of the Middle East and probably the world.
What was your reaction to that Truth Social? The whole civilization will die. He doesn't want it to happen, but it probably will.
I'll be right back. I'm going to get a Red Bull.
Yeah, I think that what President Trump the most bare-knuckle 12 hours you have ever experienced.
So, KT, there are some that are still saying,
What's up, Bugs? I didn't know it was muted, Chad. I thought it would still play through. Let me restart it then.
that he has just put in.
Sorry about that, y'all.
Day, and we are in for a 12-hour period that's going to determine the future of the Middle East and probably the world.
What was your reaction
No,
to that?
probably the world to it.
Civilization will die. He doesn't want it to happen, but it probably will.
Yeah, I think that what President Trump said yesterday when he said we're negotiating with new people, and then in the Truth Social post, which you've just read,
They're not negotiating with new people.
a changed regime. That means that they're pretty
Still the same fucking ideology.
And then the attack this morning, or just a few minutes ago, on Karg Island. Karg Island it does two things. It's in the middle of the Strait of Hormuz, and it has military facilities on the site, on the island, and it has where all the oil gets offloaded from Iran pipelines and then onto tankers. So what President Trump has just done is he's taken out the military capabilities.
Let me tell you something. If they don't shoot rockets here at Israel, because you can believe the closer it gets, if they're going to be hostile, they're going to shoot. If they're not going to shoot no rockets, they're going to try to come to some kind of resolution.
And he could take out their entire oil export industry. And as you've just talked about, this is like 50% of their GNP. This is the IRGC's piggy bank. This is how they make the money. And so President Trump is saying to these new leaders that he's now negotiating with, see what I can do. And in 12 hours, if you don't agree to my demands, then we could blow up the whole thing. And that really will set Iran's economy back, its infrastructure back. It could be rebuilt, and it could be rebuilt with American help, but it will put Iran.
No, we're not rebuilding the motherfucking thing.
This is going to be the most bare-knuckle 12 hours you have ever
I'm
experienced.
so sick of that shit, blowing countries up and then rebuilding them. Fuck them people, man.
President Trump means what he says. And the escalation ladder that he has just put in that post is quite significant. What would you say to those that think maybe this is Trump bluffing?
You got to start paying
These people are
attention.
fucking
I was in
stupid.
a situation room with President Trump in the first term where he had to make really tough calls. And it was whether it was military calls or others. He made the tough calls. He understands the significance and the danger of it and the risk, but he's willing to take the tough call. Do not underestimate his ability. He is not bluffing. He has got in place all the military facilities he needs. All the American Armada is there. Air Force, Marines, Navy, Coast Guard, we're there. And if you've just seen and paid attention on Easter Sunday weekend, saw that the United States has just pulled off a rescue mission that no other country in the world could even conceive of doing, much less carrying out. This is not President Trump bluffing. This is 12 hours that this new Iranian regime he's negotiating with, they've got 12 hours to make a decision. Do they want to end their civilization, or do they want to accede to our demands and then be embraced by the United States and the world community?
We embracing shit.
I was just going back.
Embraced. The fuck? How you go to war with somebody and then give them a big old hug? Oh, come here, little buddy. It's okay. Man, fuck them people.
If the Iranians don't make a deal, they may have left the president no choice. What do they mean by that?
You know,
The fuck do you think he meant by that?
Target civilians. He's not going to target schools or hospitals. That's not what he does. This is not what Americans do. What he will do is target the military facilities, and that might include military infrastructure. We've certainly taken most of that out, but it will include industrial infrastructure. It will certainly include the energy and oil infrastructure. We're not going after children and civilians. Who's going after them? It's the Iranian government that's saying to their children, go stand in front of the power plants so you can be human shields.
Sick shit, man.
Yeah. You know, when I read this, I interpret this as there's going to be, does this mean that he's working with the good guys over there to work on a new regime change? And then he's going to go in and take out all the rest of the bad guys, the regime, the leaders that are still in office and we are still alive?
You know, what he said yesterday in the press conference, which is very revealing, he said, look at the mistake we made in Iraq, where the Bush administration went in and they fired everybody. They fired all the military, all the civilians, all the government workers, and then we had to occupy it and we had to run it. That's not what President Trump wants. He wants a change regime at the top, and maybe the top tier doesn't agree to the change. Maybe the second tier does. Maybe we get to the third tier, because also in the last 48 hours, a number of senior Iranian military and intelligence officials were taken out. We've got the addresses of everybody we need to take out. We are looking now for a regime.
They ain't there.
A change regime, or maybe the
The motherfuckers ain't at their house. Are you crazy, lady?
with them the same way we've worked with Venezuela. And that's why I think yesterday when President Trump gave his press conference, he kept talking about Venezuela. That's the model we want.
Well, and Katie, let me ask you, so there still would remain, this is going to be quite a remarkable 12 hours, but one thing that's still at the heart of this is the 60% enriched uranium. How do you see that playing out? Because what we're talking about is a very kinetic, significant bombing that is coming possibly in the next 12 hours, but you still have that enriched uranium at 60%.
And hardened. It's in hardened sites. It's not sitting in plain sight. So our demands have remained consistent throughout. You know, no nuclear weapons, no highly enriched uranium, no missiles that are capable of reaching the United States, keep open the Strait of Hormuz. We're consistent about it. And President Trump's made it very clear. The highly enriched uranium is the critical part of a nuclear weapon. Now, if it's true that President Trump said they're no longer even, we've taken off the nuclear weapons issue off the table.
What's up, Jay Prez? How you doing, sir?
That either they're going to have the new or change regime in Iran say, okay, we're going to stop enriching uranium. We're going to turn over our highly enriched uranium. There will be a point at which, even if they agree to it, we'll have to verify that. You know, trust but verify. And we'll see how that goes. Do they let in inspectors? Do we have to have somebody on the ground who takes a look and sees, have they really kept their word on this? You know, this is not, even if we get an agreement within the next 12 hours, then it'll be the enforcement of that agreement and the certainty that they are following that agreement.
KT, always great to have you on. Thank you so much.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Byron Donalds is all about law enforcement.
He's a true conservative.
Nobody gives a shit about Florida's law enforcement. Oh, I'm trying to pull something else up here. Trying to see what else he said. What is Truth Social fucking site or something else, ain't it? All right, let's figure something else out.
Japanese oil in the Southwest Pacific. And Japan was mad at us for blockading their oil. And so then they attacked Pearl Harbor. Japan said, "You're not going to blockade our oil. We're going to attack Pearl Harbor now." But anyway, that's totally... I guess the takeaway there is it always goes back to oil. It's always about oil. It all goes back to oil. Another day, another oil. Another day, another conflict over oil.
Let's see what Putin's saying.
A threat to the Russian Federation because we are self-sufficient in terms of ensuring our security, and we are constantly improving our armed forces and our defensive capabilities. Whatever NATO does, of course, it creates a certain threat, but we are coping with all these threats that will arise. There is no doubt about that. In this sense, any rearmament and an increase in NATO budget by up to 5% from the GDP do not make any sense. This is the first point. The second point. You know, for centuries, unfortunately, this is how I can reaffirm this, for centuries in the West, all the time, not all the time, but from time to time, there has always been a question of a threat from Russia. It was so convenient for the Western elites to build their own internal policy, because on the basis of a possible threat from the East, it was always possible to extort money from taxpayers and to explain one's own economic mistakes with a threat from the East. If you look at historical books, we will come to the conclusion that from time to time, this issue has always been raised. It is clear that today's crisis in relations between Russia and Western Europe began in 2014. But the problem is not that Russia annexed Crimea, but that Western countries contributed to the coup d'etat in Ukraine. You know, we have always heard that it is necessary to live by the rules. By what rules? But what kind of rule is it when three states, France, Germany, and Poland, came to Kiev and, as guarantors, signed a paper on the agreements between the opposition and the authorities headed by President Yanukovych? Three states signed it, including the Minister of Foreign Affairs. A colleague from the Federal Republic of Germany is looking at me. Mr. Steinmeier was then the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Can be found in general. As you know, at one time, we intercepted a project in Iran, which was carried out by German companies and completed the Bucha nuclear power plant. The German companies left, and the Iranians asked us to continue. This was difficult because what the German specialists were doing was their design, and Rosatom had to make a lot out of effort to adapt it all to the Russian design. Nevertheless, we did it, and this unit is working, and it is working successfully. We have signed a contract for the construction of 2 more units. The work is underway, and our specialists are on site.
Demand for energy is exploding.
What the
In fact,
fuck?
2024 was the biggest year of coal production in history. I know what you're.
And we have agreed with the Israeli leadership that their safety will be ensured. In general, it seems to me that given Iran's plans to continue the use and development of nuclear energy, including in agriculture, medicine, and so on, but this is not nuclear energy. And in nuclear energy, we could, together with Iran, why do I think so? Because the level of trust between our countries is quite high. And we have a very good relationship with Iran. We could continue this work and ensure their interests in this area. I will not go into details now. There are many of them. And we discussed all these details with the Israeli side and with the American side. And we also sent certain signals to our Iranian friends. In general, we can ensure Iran's interests in the field of nuclear energy. At the same time, we can take care of Israel's safety. In my opinion, there are such options. I repeat, we have offered them to our partners, the United States, Israel, and Iran. We are not imposing anything on anyone. We are just talking about how we see a possible way out of the situation. But the decision, of course, lies with the political leadership of all these countries, primarily Iran and Israel.
First of all, I would like to join my colleagues in expressing my gratitude for having the opportunity to be here, where you can directly listen to our colleagues from the agency and thank TASS for hosting us. As you know, in a few days, the NATO summit will take place, and one of the topics they will discuss is that Europe is thinking about rearmament and plans to spend more on military spending. My question is very direct. If you have the opportunity to speak to the members of this agency, what would you say to them? What is your message? What is the task? Do you consider such a NATO rearmament a threat to Russia?
Задача, и считаете ли вы такое перевооружение НАТО угрозой для России?
We do not consider any NATO rearmament a threat to the Russian Federation because we are self-sufficient in terms of ensuring our security, and we are constantly improving our armed forces.
Yeah, both y'all got wrenches.
Whatever NATO does,
you can't block one another. Both y'all got wrenches.
But we are coping with all these threats that will arise. There is no doubt about that.
It's just a different point of view. That's all it is. It's nothing, no big deal.
In NATO budget by up to 5% from the GDP do not make any sense. This is the first point. The second point. You know, for centuries, unfortunately, this is how I can fully affirm this. For centuries in the West, all the time, not all the time, but from time to time, there has always been a question of a threat from Russia. It was so convenient for the Western elites to build their own internal policy, because on the basis of a possible threat from the East, it was always possible to extort money from taxpayers and to explain one's own economic mistakes with a threat from the East. If you look at historical books,
you know, that's the problem when you start talking about politics and stuff, right? Because people, they have a different view on things, man. And it's okay. But people get worked up and they get mad because if you don't believe exactly like they believe, then all of a sudden you're an idiot or you're stupid. And it's not that at all. We all come from different regions. We all got different things on our plate that we face every day. And our lives are not exactly the same. I appreciate everybody. You have to look at things, you have to put yourself in other people's shoes sometimes. And it's no big deal. It's nothing to get upset about. But that's the way that the world has gotten everybody. If you don't feel exactly like them, then all of a sudden you're this big piece of shit. And that's not the case. Because I promise you, most of the people, most of the time, would stop and help their fellow brother, if something bad was happening. And yeah, it's called life. I appreciate all of you. And it's all good, man. It's all good. Doesn't make anybody any less, smart or whatever. And that's what I was saying on social media to some of these weird fucking comments. Like, calm down, man. You're never going to see anybody. You're never going to get anybody to see things 100% your way. That doesn't make them fucking crazy or stupid. People are so disconnected, man. They really are. I love all of you. I really do. And I appreciate all of you. Let's lay back. Trump is not crazy. He's a fucking gangster. He's fixing to fucking put a foot in somebody's ass. Good morning, sir. How you doing? Or should I say, good afternoon? Let me open this damn phone back up. I done fucked up. Let's try this again. But I'm telling you right now, I'm catching some parts. I don't know if y'all are, but by listening to Putin, I'm kind of catching a little more information.
That their safety will be ensured.
No, you good, bro. You good.
In general, it seems to me that given Iran's plans to continue the use and development of nuclear energy, including in agriculture,
yes, sir,
medicine, and so on, but this is not nuclear energy. And in nuclear energy, we could, together with Iran,
I'm going to tell you right now, though, from watching these live feed cameras, they're going to come to a deal.
Because the level of trust between our countries is quite high. And we have a very good relationship with Iran. We could
if they wasn't going to come to a deal, I honestly believe Iran would be shooting rockets right now.
I will not go into details.
Wouldn't you? If you was ready to fucking go chips all in?
With the Israeli side and with the American side. And we also sent certain signals to our Iranian friends.
Must have backed it up a little bit. Sorry about that, y'all.
We can ensure Iran's interests in the field of nuclear energy. At the same time, we can take care of Israel's safety. In my opinion, there are such options. I repeat, we have offered them to our partners, the United States, Israel, and Iran. We are not imposing anything on anyone. We are just talking about how we see a possible way out of the situation.
Nationwide party celebrating 75 years of speed for America's fastest motor.
First of all, I would like to join my colleagues in expressing my gratitude for having the opportunity to be here, where you can directly listen to our colleagues from the agency and thank TASS for hosting us. As you know, in a few days, the NATO summit will take place, and one of the topics they will discuss is that Europe is thinking about rearmament and plans to spend more on military spending. My question is very direct. If you have the opportunity to speak to the members of this agency, what would you say to them?
и планируют тратить больше на...
What is your
shit.
message?
Tex, you ain't got to prove nothing to nobody, sir.
Если у вас будет возможность
What is the task?
или выступить перед этими членами эти...
Do you consider such a NATO rearmament a threat to Russia?
В чем заключается...
But I promise you, right now, Chad's laughing and giggling because he's got you upset.
We do not consider any NATO rearmament a threat to the Russian Federation because we are self-sufficient in terms of ensuring our security, and we are constantly improving our armed forces and our defensive capabilities. Whatever NATO does, of course, it creates a certain threat, but we are coping with all these threats that will arise. There is no doubt about that. In this sense, any rearmament and an increase in NATO budget by up to 5% from the GDP do not make any sense. This is the first point. The second point. You know, for centuries, unfortunately, this is how I can fully affirm.
2 hours and 39 minutes, people.
All the time.
2 hours and 39 minutes.
But from time to time, there has always been a question of a threat from Russia. It was so convenient for the Western elites to build their own internal policy.
Is he fucking just repeating shit? Did I back it up that fucking far? Jesus
It
Christ.
was always possible to extort money from taxpayers and to explain
This cannot be a live feed.
economic mistakes.
This is not a live feed. It's claiming to be live, but it's not because the motherfuckers done said the same thing over and over again.
We will come to the conclusion
Don't be wasting beer, Chad. That's alcohol abuse where I come from, sir. Let's see if Hookstead has dropped anything new. To be honest with you, that day the David Hookstead dude, he is more up to speed with what's going on. All right, Max ain't said nothing either.
Exodus, allegedly.
They're getting out of town now. We saw early on in the war. I remember here we have seen. I mean, just the living hell. This is getting beat out of Tehran. We saw the Mehrabad International Airport get bombarded at one point, and the reason why is because this is half airport, half IRGC military facility. And you know, when we talk about like civilian infrastructure in Iran, a lot of the infrastructure is designed to be dual use. Yes, civilians use some of the infrastructure, but also the IRGC, they use it also. So for instance, like I said, this is the Mehrabad International Airport. This is the civilian airport. If you're flying in or out, this is where you go. But also, part of the airport, what do you see over here? This is military infrastructure. This might be hangar bays or storage ammunition storage facilities. Like what do you think is what do you think is going on over
much
here?
rather
You know,
crack. Much rather crack. Crack ain't never hurt nobody.
Trying to find perhaps a better example. This is not civilian infrastructure at the airport. Anyway, so a lot of this stuff got blown up earlier on in the conflict. A lot of it got taken out. But the point is, a lot of the infrastructure actually has dual use. We also saw there was an oil processing facility. Where was that? That got blown up in town. There's all types of energy.
This motherfucker's running out of shit to say.
This place, Israel blew it up a couple weeks ago. And so a lot of Iranians, they're like, all right, we're just getting out of town. We don't want to deal with this again. We're out of town. Mass exodus right now. That's what I'm hearing. Get out of town.
We'll see what happens.
We have a
right?
super chat. This is from Sergeant Fancy Pants.
I
Says,
truly
doing
believe within the
Yeoman's
next
work-
hour or so that if anything's going to happen, they're going to start an all-out attack, attacking their neighbors all around them. We shall see.
Thank you very much. Sir, I just looked at the clock. I haven't been keeping my eye on it. 2 hours and 36 minutes. 2 hours and 35 minutes. I'm sorry. 2:35. 2:35.
We're going to be live.
And
We
might-
definitely
we
going
might
to be
have
live.
a response. A statement from President Trump. Right now, the entire world is on the edge of their seat.
Yes, sir.
Jesse Waters on
Fuck
Fox
is this
News
thing?
has just pummeled the Democrats for complaining about war crimes. War crimes. What do we say about this?
Trump plans to launch World War III during your show to lift America's spirits.
Is the deadline 8 o'clock? I didn't notice.
Yes.
You know, the threat, I see it like, remember when Tyson said he wanted to eat Lennox Lewis's children?
Mm-hmm.
I saw it as trash talk. I didn't actually think Tyson was going to devour his children for dinner. So this is typical Trump, right? You set a deadline, you have an extreme threat, and hopefully you force the opponent to buckle. And that's what this is all about. I don't know if they're going to extend. I don't know if they're going to escalate. Nobody knows, but JD is right. It's really up to the Iranians. If they're going to wage economic warfare, we have the right to wage economic warfare. If they're going to attack the world economy, we can hit their economy. The Israelis have already hit the petrochemical camps, which they get $18 billion from, okay? And they use that to build missiles to fire at us. We've hit steel plants. Without steel, they can't rebuild the bridges that we're going to bomb. When did bombing a bridge turn into a war crime? When did that happen? Every single modern American president has bombed a bridge almost.
Who's that old Canadian Prime Minister? Trudeau. Trudeau is his name. You remember when Trudeau, infamous,
don't start calling that
line he
motherfucker in
dropped?
here.
He said, if you kill your enemy, they win. Do you remember when Trudeau said that? Must have been 5, 6, 7 years ago now. If you kill your enemy, they win, said Trudeau. Actually, they just die. They just die, actually.
I think we've been sabotaging bridges since, I don't know, when bridges began to be built. When Zelensky knocked out the bridge into Crimea, the left called him a war hero. But when Trump threatens to do it, he's a war criminal? What? Zelensky's been bombing Russian power plants for 3 years. No one said anything. The Democrats are walking around with their little Ukrainian flag pins, shoveling more money at the guy. Listen, this is according to military doctrine. You go up the escalation ladder in order them to force open the strait. If it's not like one big power plant in that country, there's like 100 power plants. So a couple of them feed power to the military or the military industrial complex, and you can take a few out. Some of the bridges, you isolate the missile cities, you cut off the capital from the rest of the country. This is standard operating procedure. They could escalate back, but this is what's done. And what's the
up,
alternative?
Jay
You send
Johnston?
in a ground assault unit? I don't think we're there yet.
Oh, this dude's done muted himself. He's done muted himself. All right, so let's see what they're talking about over here.
The Ghost Golf Anyday Standbag. Built for every way you play.
He's just rambling on.
Carry it. At just
He's-
6.5
he's pulling an Uncle Will.
straps. Makes the walk effortless.
Come on with this fucking commercial already.
Designed to fit any push cart. Clean, secure.
your family, protect your freedom. Join the USCCA today and
I've been in this.
How many fucking commercials do these people fucking got?
My husband and I just.
As long as needed and necessary.
We'd now like to take a question from Al Jazeera.
This is Iran talking.
Thank you very much, Minister. So you say that you need to respond right now, but we know that Iranians are known.
They've got about 15 people in the auditorium.
Diplomacy and trade. What would be the conditions after responding for Iran to come back to a negotiation table, maybe with the US as well? And Turkey has been offering that Ankara can mediate for a trilateral between Turkey, US, and Iran. What would be your response to that? Because right now the US is technically involved in this conflict. Thank you.
Well, I think it is irrelevant to ask Iran to return to diplomacy because we were in the middle of diplomacy. We were in the middle of talks with the United States when Israelis blew it up. And again, we were in the middle of talks and negotiation with Europeans, happened only 2 days ago in Geneva, when this time Americans decided to blow it up. So we were in diplomacy, but we were attacked militarily. So it was not Iran, but the US who betrayed diplomacy. They betrayed negotiations. When at the middle of negotiations with us, they gave green light to Israelis, if not instructed them to attack Iran's nuclear facilities. I think they have proved that they are not men of diplomacy, and they only understand the language of threat.
They don't trust us.
And this is very unfortunate. The United States showed that they have no respect to United Nations Charter. They have no respect to international law. They have no respect to any international law regarding, managing the board and facing challenges of the board. There is no red line that they have not crossed. And the last one, and the most dangerous one.
Yeah, they're not going to negotiate with us.
When they crossed a very big red line by attacking nuclear facilities. I don't know how much room is left for diplomacy. And as I said, the damages are not only for our nuclear facilities, the damages are for the United Nations Charter. It was not only Iran facilities which was bombed, it was also the United Nations Charter. It was also Non-Proliferation Regime and NPT, which was bombed last night by Americans. And it was the rule of law and international law which was bombed. So now we have to see how much room is left for diplomacy, and we will decide.
I'd like to hand over to TRT World.
Yeah, Johnson, I believe you're right, brother. That's what we're waiting on.
Mr. Minister, the U.S. President...
See how this shit unfolds. Like I say, I don't want to see nobody perish.
He says...
But we can't keep going on like this.
Much easier. So how is Tehran responding to that threats from Washington? Thank you.
I think it's not up to Iran to respond to that. The whole international community should respond of such a clear threat against the United Nations Charter. Iran has done nothing wrong. We do not understand why Iran should be attacked for a false accusation that Iran is taking nuclear weapons. It's now more than 20 years that we are trying to prove that our peaceful nuclear program is in fact peaceful and would remain peaceful. We negotiated for a long time with the so-called P5+1, and we came to a deal which the whole world celebrated as an achievement of diplomacy. Sanctions and restarted their threats. Again, we were negotiating with the same administration. Then all of a sudden they decided to attack us, first by Israelis, then by themselves. And now they are threatening us for more attacks. So it's not up to Iran, but it's up to international community to condemn this, to prevent this. Otherwise, there would be nothing left.
Sounds good, but why are you fucking pulling civilians into it?
At the world level, the Security Council should play its role, should play its responsibility to
Hell yeah, Chad.
defend our interests. We will certainly defend our territorial
Or, I
integrity,
mean,
our
John,
sovereignty, and our people.
it's raining here. Can't fire up no grill here right now.
Now,
I can't even work on my tractor.
what injustice they are doing against the Iranian people. They are united and in solidarity with the government, and they stand firm against any aggression.
Next, CNN Türk.
Mr. Minister, how do you assess the West's stance on Israel massacres? No one seems to mention Israel's allegedly illegal nuclear weapons. The German chancellor even said Israel is doing the dirty work for us. So what is your response? Thank you.
Well, what should I say? You said everything. That Iran is under attack by a nuclear-armed superpower and a nuclear-armed regime. And Iran, as you know, is a non-nuclear armed country. That should be certainly condemned. If not, the whole non-proliferation regime would be undermined and would be defeated. Iran is a committed
Conditions after responding for Iran to come back to a negotiation.
Oh, this shit playing over. Why are these people acting like this shit is live when it's absolutely not live?
For its right,
That shit was not live.
that because right now the U.S. is technically involved in this conflict. Thank you.
Well, I think it is.
Clickbait, you son of a bitches. Clickbait. Let's see what old Chad talking about. Or oh shit.
Enjoy the magic of Disney Springs with no resort fee at the Drury Plaza Hotel Orlando.
This was 52 minutes ago from David Hookstead.
Welcome in, everyone. I hope you guys are doing great wherever you're watching from today. I'm filming this on
Hell yeah, that's what's up.
7th, and we have news is the clock is ticking down for President Trump's ultimatum before he unleashes what
we'll go
quite
watch
frankly,
it.
nobody knows what kind of attack it'll be, but apparently it'll be one that will see destruction unlike anything
I'm
we've
gonna
seen
pause
before.
this. We're gonna watch him.
As that is
Well, I'm pulling that up now. Here we go. Here we go. We got it. We have got it, folks. Probably have to watch the stupid ass commercial again, but here we go.
Off at this hour that will likely be over Iran by 8 p.m. Eastern time, which is the ultimatum timeline. On top of that, the U.S. is conducting strikes at this very moment. Heavy bombing is underway. A senior leader has been killed. We got a lot to get into, and we've got an update on the American being held hostage. That is very, very good news. Before we get started, as always,
I didn't know nobody was being held hostage.
Huge boost to the channel. Let me know all your thoughts in the comments below. Get active in the comments below. Hit the notification bell. All notifications turned on. You won't miss a thing. And then Instagram, David_Hookstead, XD Hookstead. That's where you can find me on social media. My DMs are wide open. Please reach out with whatever you got. Now, let's get into it. I'm going to put this on the screen right away. This is footage. What you see here.
Mother cooking, boy.
Multiple bombers reportedly were spotted taking off. With the flight time of when they took off and where they will be by 8 p.m., they will have made. Does this mean that the bombing is 100% on? It does not mean that. I want to be clear. It does not mean that. What it means is that the option, if Trump says, let's do it, the bombers are in place and they can start hitting targets immediately. He is setting the table, having options, setting the conditions. So we now know bombers are on the way to Iran. They will be there by the time the clock hits 0 on the ultimatum. But if some kind of deal is reached before then to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, those bombers
they're not going to
be recalled.
They'd already
and then that would be, frankly, the end of it, depending on whatever deal is reached, right? So I'm laying out all the information here. This is what you don't hear elsewhere. You got people just spreading propaganda, spreading lies. Bombers are in the air. They will be to Iran by the time the strike is supposed to happen. No, it does not mean the strike is guaranteed to happen. Trump could call them back. Now, as that is happening, massive explosions. This is in Isfahan. Massive explosions underway. You can see the flash right there. So they are dropping huge bombs on Iran before whatever the big attack is going to be. And then right here, this is some of the craziest footage we've seen the whole war. This is a bridge. They're already bombing the bridges. They have not hit the power plants yet. This is a bridge being bombed. So that bridge just took a missile clean through it.
Damn, he gonna
Right
need
there.
a fucking windshield gun.
Unbelievable footage. Just so you can watch. Let's see if we can go. If we go slow motion.
Welcome to the news
Right
hour.
there. You see the
Tonight, war
bomb, the
with
missile
Iran
right
is on the
there.
verge of escalation.
Boom. So we are hitting targets. We are hitting the bridges. Right here is the airport in Tehran. You can see flashes off in the distance. We've hit this airport at least 4 or 5 different times. It is a major target. And then right here, this is footage of Hashtra following an Israeli strike on a bridge. So the bridge has been taken out. So what they are doing is they are isolating heavy IRGC areas. They're blowing up bridges to make sure they can't get supplies in, that they can't escape, they can't move troops. They are taking out bridges used by Iranian forces to cripple their ability to coordinate. And then right here, you see more of the aftermath of the destruction, a fireball on your screen there. And now we have another senior leader killed. It says Colonel Mohsen Shah Van, a Revolutionary Guard officer in charge of security in Avaz, was eliminated. So another high-ranking IRGC official, a colonel, has been killed. More and more major leaders continue to get knocked out, continue to get taken off the chessboard as operations continue. Now, Iran continues to fire ballistic missiles, getting multiple direct hits today. This is footage of ballistic missiles coming in. And right there, you can see the flash in the background. So here it comes. It's coming in.
We've seen
And then
it.
right there, there's not believed to be any casualties from that ballistic missile strike. This is more footage of ballistic missiles coming in. And then you can see the impacts right there.
Yo, oh my God.
Yo, oh my God.
Massive explosion. And I don't really know what's going on here, but they are reporting massive explosions underway in Baghdad, likely attack drones, either from Iran or Iranian-backed militias. So the attacks continue on all sides at this hour. We are hearing that Baghdad has been hit by multiple explosions. On top of that, Iran struck a vessel in the Persian Gulf, saying one incident in the Persian Gulf, vessel was struck by a projectile above the waterline. So some kind of anti-ship missile or drone. All crew is accounted for, but ships continued to be bombed in the Persian Gulf near the Strait of Hormuz, which goes to show why we got to get in there and why we got to get this strait open. Now, this is fascinating. So the Pakistanis right now are trying to be the mediators for whatever peace deal might be coming. Iran has told Pakistan they have 15,000 missiles left and 45,000 drones. They believe they are winning the war and are ready to take this as long as it goes. Number one, they're not winning the war. There is no way they have 15,000 missiles left. They probably do have 10,000 or so drones left, not 45,000. And most estimates from U.S. intelligence analysts put their missile stockpile at roughly 1,000, but their missile launchers at just a couple hundred. What do I always say? You can have all the missiles in the world, but if you don't have the launchers, it's not really relevant how many missiles you have. Can't fire the missiles without the missile launchers. So Iran's claiming they've got a total of 15,000 missiles, 45,000 drones. I absolutely do not believe that. Now, on Trump's big attack, Iran now saying that if the attack happens, they will attack the Aramco oil facilities, the Fujairah oil pipeline, the Saudi port of Yanbu, and they are saying Iran will not hesitate to impose heavy costs on the United States of America. So they very much are gearing up for this situation, and they are ready to retaliate is what they are claiming. Now, more warnings are out. Kuwait has told its citizens to shelter in place from midnight tonight until 6 a.m., which will be 11 p.m. Washington time. That is the strike window, 8 p.m. Washington time to roughly maybe midnight Washington time is where they expect if the attack is ordered to go down. That is where they think it could happen. So they are telling people to stay inside.
Yeah,
do
that's
not leave
what
their
I'm.
homes. Same
When we
thing,
start
Spain's
seeing that,
embassy
then
in
we know,
Qatar
right?
telling citizens to stock up on water and food and medicine to stay safely home for several days if needed as this situation unfolds. Now, we have some good news finally. The American journalist kidnapped by Iranian-backed forces in Iraq, Shelley Kittleson, the AP is reporting she is going to be released. As of the filming of this video, I do not believe she is out yet. I do not believe we have her just yet. But it looks like she is going to be released. The bad guys are going to do a prisoner swap or a hostage. She's a hostage. They want prisoners out. They are going to release some prisoners from Iraq to get this American back. And then we've got some updates from CENTCOM. It says this, I'll put this full screen here. It says last night, U.S. forces launched one-way attack drones into Iran during Operation Epic Fury. CENTCOM made history a month ago when it began using low-cost aerial attack drones in combat for the first time. Today, hundreds of U.S. drones are fully integrated into offensive and defensive operations against Iran. These platforms operate in the air, at sea, undersea, and above ground in support of military objectives. Admiral Brad Cooper, commander of CENTCOM, announced. And then right here, they also released footage of U.S. Marines doing a weapons drill. It is possible the U.S. Marines will be taking Karg Island. Here they are on the USS Tripoli, getting ready for whatever actions might be coming. So as of me filming this video, bombers are in the air if President Trump decides to do that strike. Again, not saying it will happen. A lot of moving pieces here. What we do see is the other strike footage I showed you of bridges and all that stuff being absolutely blown up, burned down as the situation continues to trend in an unknown direction. So I will continue to monitor the situation. We have a live stream tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern. We will be carefully and closely watching the situation with the ultimatum and the clock ticking down. As always, guys, please make sure to like and subscribe. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Thank you for watching. I'll see y'all tonight at 7 p.m.
That's what's up. That's what's up. I will go back over to Matt. Here. These fucking commercials. I hate these damn commercials. 2 hours and counting.
Since adding Forkful Chef
This is
Made
Fox News. We're gonna let it
Not
run.
only-
Block to make a deal with the United States or possibly face obliteration of key infrastructure sites. President Trump today turning up the pressure on Iran while also remaining open to diplomacy. That's his tactic. It works. His deadline just hours away now, 8 p.m. Eastern. The president wrote a post this morning. Maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. I'm Harris Faulkner. You are in the Faulkner Focus. President Trump said this last night.
8 o'clock Eastern time. And after that, they're going to have no bridges. They're going to have no power plants. Stone Ages, yeah. Stone Ages. We have a plan because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night, where every out of business, burning, exploding, and never to be used again. I mean, complete demolition by 12 o'clock. And it'll happen over a period of 4 hours if we wanted to. We don't want that to happen.
Brand new video now from Central Command shows our U.S. military firepower at work as part of Operation Epic Fury. U.S. forces continuing to destroy terrorist targets inside Iran. So far, they have taken out and this is a huge number.
They running, boy.
15,000 targets and damaged or destroyed more than 155 vessels. Fox News can confirm the U.S. bombed dozens of sites.
Let me ask y'all something. Why in the fuck were they standing by that bridge like that? Did they blow that shit up themselves?
International military strategist Lieutenant Colonel Darren Gobb is coming up next in Focus. Though let's talk to our chief foreign correspondent Trey Yingst on the ground. We'll get a report from him, and we always can press in with at least one good question for Trey. Let's watch. Trey.
Yeah, Harris, good morning. We're just 9 hours away from President Trump's deadline for Iran to make a deal, or the president says he will target Iran's energy infrastructure, bridges, and power plants. Overnight, the United States launched dozens of airstrikes against Iran's Karg Island, a critical piece of oil infrastructure. We understand, according to Fox's Jennifer Griffin, the targets included bunkers, radar stations, and ammunition storage. Landing docks were intentionally not targeted, according to senior U.S. officials. Now, the IRGC has warned it will target U.S. oil interests in the region and that it will make U.S. and its allies deprived of gas in the Middle East for years. The president speaking yesterday from the White House saying this about the situation.
Do I want to destroy their infrastructure? No. It will take them 100 years to rebuild. Right now, if we left today, it would take them 20 years to rebuild their country, and it would never be as good as it was. And the only way they're going to be able to rebuild their country is to utilize the genius of the United States of America.
Those negotiations going on as we speak, Harris, and the president told me over the weekend that Iran isn't even negotiating on their nuclear program anymore. The president said the big thing is they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They're not even negotiating that point. It's so easy, the president added. That's already been conceded. Most of the points are conceded. Now, with talk of diplomacy across the region, we're also learning more about that daring rescue that happened over the weekend to save a stranded airman in Iranian territory. High-level U.S. sources told Fox News that while the airman rescue was going on, the CENTCOM commander, Admiral Brad Cooper, directed a strike on an IRGC headquarters in an underground facility near the Iranian capital of Tehran. B-2 bombers from the United States used bunker buster penetrating bombs, the same weapons used in Operation Midnight Hammer. The source just talked to Fox News saying the headquarters was obliterated. All of this is happening as the Israelis are continuing their strikes against the Iranian regime. A senior Israeli official telling Fox News today they launched a series of strikes against rail infrastructure inside of Iran after warning civilians there to avoid train travel. Harris?
And that gets me to just a quick follow-up question. So the Prime Minister Netanyahu said, we are crushing the terrorist regime in Iran, but we are doing so with even greater vigor and with increasing force. And he talked about hitting the train tracks and bridges used by the RIGC. Just talk to me real quickly about this ramp up now that he mentioned.
Yeah, Harris, right now we are seeing a complete disconnect in the capabilities of the United States and Israel versus Iran. Each and every day, the United States and Israel are ramping up their strikes against the Iranian regime. Yesterday, the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, said it was the largest bombing campaign since Operation Epic Fury began. The campaign today is expected to be even larger. At the same time, the Iranians are continuing their attacks across the region with cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, and drones. But each and every day, their capability is getting reduced. And that is part of the strategy of the United States. I'm told by officials here in the Middle East that the U.S. and Israel can carry on a campaign for far longer than the Iranian regime.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Yeah, them tripping about him fucking cussing, that just doesn't. Like, who gives a shit, man?
On our terms, following our objectives. My 13-year-old son popped into my office last night while I was editing these remarks. He asked about the war and the families I met at Dover. And I looked at him and I said, they died for you, son, so that your generation doesn't have to deal with a nuclear Iran. It's the truth. And they did. So to the families who said, finish this, we will. And I say the same to every American who wants peace through strength.
What's up, Barry?
May Almighty God continue to bless our troops in this fight. And again, to the American people, please pray for them every day, on bended knee, with your family, in your schools, in your churches, in the name of Jesus Christ. To the troops, keep going, and Godspeed. Over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and thank you all for being here.
Yeah, that's what I think too, Tex.
Of traveling up to Dover with the president.
We'll know if they start shooting lawn darts, you know what I mean, at Israel, we'll know.
And to say thank you to their families, and I want to mention their names this morning.
Because you can believe they're going to strike Israel as hard as they can, because they feel like they're to blame for all this.
At Birmingham, Alabama, Major Alex Klenner, John Alex Klenner, Major Ariana Savino. She was posthumously.
And as you can see, ain't nothing going on over there right now.
And Technical Sergeant Ashley Pruitt, the boom operator on that crew. From the 121st Aerial Fueling Ring, Ohio Air National Guard, out of Rickenbacker Air National Guard Base in Columbus, Ohio, Captain Seth Koval, Captain Curtis Anks, and now Master Sergeant Tyler Simmons, who was also promoted in the boom operator on that crew. To a person and every family member I spoke with yesterday, they all shared that their family members loved serving. They loved being part of a great team and a crew, and they loved airplanes and aviation. Our nation's tanker crew.
What's up, Grizz? I don't know, brother.
Incredible warriors who put their lives on the line so we can continue to take the fight to an enemy. I've personally witnessed their courage and tenacity many times, from the morning of September 11th, where they answered my call for some help, to the skies over foreign countries where they've come forward out of their safe tanker track to give me gas when I simply could not leave a ground force that was engaged in a firefight. They've answered the call and come forward time and time and time again. I'm filled with incredible pride and gratitude for all that the tanker crews do, our pilots, our boom operators, and the maintainers. And to the families of our 6 fallen, know that we share your grief. Our nation will never forget their sacrifice, and we will never forget their names. Our entire joint force mourns with you today. And will continue to remember their incredible gift of a great example for all of us. Now, let me turn to an operations update. U.S. CENTCOM remains on plan to achieve our military objectives.
One last, who's your daddy?
Remain unrelenting in our pursuit of Iranian missile capabilities, UAV capabilities, and their Navy, and as the Secretary said, their industrial base. Each day, we continue to attack deeper.
I'm watching the camera. I ain't saying nothing, though.
As reported by U.S. Central Command yesterday, the U.S. military dropped 5,000-pound penetrator weapons into underground storage facilities, storing coastal defense cruise missiles and other support equipment. These weapons are bespokely designed to get through concrete and/or rocks and function after penetrating those barriers. We continue to hunt and kill mine storage facilities and naval ammunition depots. We continue to hunt and kill afloat assets, including more than 120.
That's why that new weapon, that new drone was flying.
We're flying further to the east now and penetrating deeper into Iranian airspace to hunt and kill one-way attack garrisons, destroying Iran's ability to project power outside of its borders. The A-10 Warthog is now in the fight across the southern flank and is hunting and killing fast attack watercraft.
Whoa. But listen, if I
stop reading and start listening to books.
Shut up.
On the southern flank, and they continue
Yeah.
to work on the southern.
Yeah, that's exactly why they had it out there.
Some of our allies who are using Apaches to handle one-way attack drones. In Iraq, AH-64s have been striking against Iranian-aligned militia groups to make sure that we suppress any threat in Iraq against U.S. forces or U.S. interests. And we remain focused on pursuit of any platform that Iran
If they're
to harm America.
if they're going to be lucky to have that, Barry.
Last Friday, Admiral Cooper and the CENTCOM team conducted precision strikes against more than 90 targets on Karg Island, which included all of their military-only infrastructure, which included air defenses, naval base, mine storage, and deployment
I
facilities.
couldn't tell if that was a rocket or a fucking bug.
Continue to strike against Iran's defense industrial base
I think it's a
and
bug.
will continue to do so. Today, I want to continue my theme of talking about members of our incredible joint force. Today, I want to talk about some exceptional airmen who are engaged in the fight daily. United States Air Force, Air Force Reserve, and Air National Guard crews within our bomber force. The B-1s, B-2s, and B-52s, and the airmen on the ground who maintain and load these weapon systems. They are the backbone
1 hour, 43 minutes and counting.
strike capability, and their contributions to Epic Fury have been decisive. Assigned to STRATCOM under Admiral Rich Carrell and supported by TRANSCOM, the tanker force that we've talked about, under the command of General Randall Reed, every mission is designed to achieve overwhelming outcomes on behalf of the United States.
Oh, shit.
Last weekend, I had the chance to go out and see some of our deployed bomber forces, the B-1 and B-52 crews, and I had a chance to sit down with some young aviators and maintainers and ask them, how do you feel? Tell me about your typical day. And these are crews comprised of between 2 and 5 airmen, 2 on the B-2s, 5 on the B-52s, and 4 in the B-1s out there. Some of these Americans are in their early or mid 20s, and we give them the gift of this incredible responsibility, hundreds of thousands of pounds of aircraft, and they take off and go do our work as required. Their mission actually begins the day prior when they're given a target or a bunch of targets, and they begin to study those targets, look at what are the effects required, what are the weapons required to get there, how will we program these weapons, what is the weather, what is the tanker flow. It's an incredibly complex problem that we give each and every one of these crews, and they work it over the period of 24 hours prior, get some rest, and then step out the door to go fly. The last thing they do is they check all of their equipment, their oxygen mask, survival gear, load pistols, and get ready to go. They crank the jets about an hour prior to takeoff and then launch into the daylight, doing their pre-flight checks. And as the kids say, lock in and prepare to go to war, sometimes on a long and stressful journey. During the flight, they're surrounded by technology and capabilities, and they'll do multiple aerial refueling efforts across tankers on the way to the AOR.
Is there Army riding fucking mopeds? Are you shitting me?
Deployed basing. And I will tell you, as a fighter pilot, getting gas is a lot easier in an F-16 than it is in a B-1, B-2, or a B-52, where you are handling this airplane. It is a physical thing, unlike a fighter that's a lot easier. And they stay on that boom for sometimes up to 30 minutes, taking hundreds of
hour and 40 minutes, but who's counting?
Physical
Ain't that right, pimp? Ain't nobody counting the time. It's only an hour and 40 minutes till detonation.
Multiple times on the way home. As they enter the operating area, they bring the entirety of America's joint force together to go do the things that we've tasked them to do, to put bombs on time, on target, with the proper effects. And I know they're feeling a range of emotions, but the thing the American people should take away from it is they're filled with a focus that is incredibly impressive. And they have fear, of course, but their bigger fear is
no shit, Barry. They riding fucking mopeds.
That we all have in our souls. In the days of epic fury, they were shooting, as we've talked about in this room, a lot of standoff weapons.
There ain't no fucking way I'd be crossing the bridge right now if I was there. No fucking way in hell.
Behind each and every one of them are incredible maintainers and weapons builders who go out there and make sure these aircraft and their weapon systems are ready to go. These airplanes are so big that they're not in hangars. They're out in the cold, out in the snow, out in the rain. The bombs are being built outside for protection and to make sure that it's safe. And they do it 24/7, 365. It's not comfortable work, but when you go spend just a minute with these incredibly young Americans who are so motivated, you cannot come away from that exchange not being hopeful for America's future. It is simply awesome. And we hand these Americans, young Americans, incredible and weighty responsibility. And they deliver every single time, quietly, with professionalism and humility, doing the things that we ask
How
them.
fucking dumb you gotta be. Bridge just gets blowed up, you're gonna go up there and look at it. Look at this dumb fuck right here. Boom. That motherfucker just shit his pants.
Incredibly proud of 2.8 million members of our joint force. I am personally, and we are personally grateful for the tenacity and professionalism of the brave men and women who serve inside STRATCOM, CENTCOM, SPACECOM, CYBERCOM, TRANSCOM, and the rest of the joint force. And I'll close where I started. I asked today that we remember those 6 fallen.
Motherfucker out there with a broom trying to sweep that shit up. You need more than a broom. You might as well wait until the mess is already all done. Fuck you doing? Get out there with a broom and start sweeping.
And I'll turn it back over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Take a couple questions.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Given the updated degradation and strike target numbers you laid out, how close would you say we are towards achieving the president's objectives? And what is the end game of the operation without divulging any sensitive battle plans?
Well, we wouldn't want to set a definitive time frame on that, but as we've said, we're on plan. So we're looking at those metrics very closely, relaying that to the president and the national security team, but feel confident that again, we're more stand in means we're over the top, even further in, and we have even more of an exact sense of what we're striking and why, and even more dynamically, meaning because the intelligence improves, we're able to more quickly identify targets when let's say they come out of an underground facility where they've been hiding, and able to strike it before it strikes or right after it shoots. But we're very much on plan, and that's why I want to speak to the American people here. You hear a lot of noise about widening or new missions or speculation about what we should or should not be doing. This is a clear set of objectives. The president has given us every capability we need to accomplish that. We've got the best in the world in uniform executing it on the ground. They believe in and are invested in this mission. And it will be at the president's choosing, ultimately, where we say, hey, we've achieved what we need to on behalf of the American people to ensure our security. So no time set on that, but we're very much on track. Absolutely. Yes, right here.
Good morning, Mr. Secretary. David Zier, Real America's Voice News. What countries have been the most cooperative with us, including the Gulf states as Europe?
136 people, 136.
The internet blackouts by the regime. It's been shut down for weeks. Is the U.S.
They've been stepping in, bro.
Fighting against?
They've been, so China's been delivering all their shit, all their rockets and everything else to Iran. And so is Russia. Russia's been helping them too. But
from day one,
other than that, no.
Capable partner, willing and able.
We'll see what happens. I don't think China wants
able to use them. The Gulf states have stepped up incredibly. In fact, Iran's sort of reckless attempt to strike civilian infrastructure and other things.
Oh shit.
Squarely into our orbit, and we're proud to be defending with them.
Yeah, Grizz, exactly.
UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and others who have been right there, and we're grateful for that kind of support. As far as the internet, we're watching the regime try to tighten its grip as much as possible. And we're obviously taking countermeasures, many of which we can't talk about here, to ensure that messaging is delivered. Certain audiences that need to hear certain things. So even though that regime is trying really hard to ensure the world can't see, right? They want to put out fake AI generated images, which, by the way, sometimes our press happens to fall for, like the Abraham Lincoln on fire and turning around. These AI generated images are meant to make it look like something's happening when the exact opposite is. So they make up fake reports and fake images to lie to their own people, to try to make it. But even then, their own people can barely receive a lot of those messages and communicate because of the blackout that they've imposed upon them. But we work around that for sure.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. General, overnight, Iran launched missiles across the Gulf. They managed to hit the Saudi oil refinery on the Red Sea. What does it mean that they have that capability now, 3 weeks into the war? And Mr. Secretary, you mentioned civilian infrastructure. Iran seems to be treating U.S. diplomatic outposts, embassies, consulates like they are legitimate hard targets in the region now. What is the Pentagon doing to, I guess, secure those assets, stop those attacks?
Absolutely.
Thanks for the question on the missile strikes. You know, as we said and have always said clearly, they came into this fight with a lot of weapons. This is why we continue to be as aggressive and assertive as we can against their ballistic missile capability, both their medium-range ballistic missile capability and their short-range missile capabilities. So we are continuing to hunt, find them, and kill them. And we will continue to do so. So they still retain some capability. And we have layered defenses throughout the region that will allow us to protect those. And we're working with our partners across the Gulf region to help them improve any defensive capabilities that they may need.
To that point on capabilities, you know, Iran's an energy-rich country, could be, should be. Instead, like so many other places driven by a radical ideology, they've spent that money instead of investing in their people.
Somebody said I chose the wrong day to quit smoking.
Because they felt like their quality of life didn't match what it could be or should be. And what was the Iranian state? There's a reason we call Iran the #1 state sponsor of terrorism, because they took the money they make and they invest it in tunnels, and they invested in missiles, and they invested in launchers and UAVs, and we are destroying and degrading that in historic proportions. But it doesn't mean they won't.
Bro, they're being showed their true colors, Grizz.
We're fighting every single day to continue to compete.
I fucking did. I know. I read that shit too.
Unlike previous administrations, we are doubling and tripling down on ensuring that our people, regardless of their Department of War, Department of State, whatever they do, are secure in those facilities. And the best defense is a good offense. So we're not afraid to go after anybody, and we have a lot of them. attempting to target our diplomatic facilities. Iran, you know, we're not surprised.
Somebody said there's Baghdad's getting hit right now.
As part of the justification for the war against Iran, the White House has laid out in fairly comprehensive fashion that the Iranian regime's 47 years of terrorism aimed at the U.S., including pointing to the IRGC's provision of weapons and EFPs to help kill Americans in Iraq. The Pentagon in 2019 assessed Iran was responsible for the deaths of at least 603 service members in Iraq, but there hasn't been a similar accounting, public accounting by Iran's role helping the Taliban in Afghanistan. And that also hasn't been part of the White House's public argument. I was wondering if you could speak to Iran.
What's up, Cop Top?
In helping the Taliban during the war in Afghanistan. And Chairman, as you and the Secretary eloquently spoke about, 13 U.S. service members have been killed so far during Operation Epic Fury. I was wondering what lessons have been learned from those deaths, both from Iranian strikes, from an aircraft refueling accident. How are those lessons being applied to the current conflict? And how are those lessons going to be applied to a potential conflict in Indo-Pacific?
Thank you.
Well, thank you for the question. And it's true. In a town that can have a very short memory, President Trump does not. He remembers what this regime, Iranian regime, was founded on, what their declaration has been from the beginning: death to America, death to Israel. They've stated that. They've intended to, in every way, try to accomplish that, killing Americans in any theater they can, embassies for quite a long time. In Iraq, that was the deadliest weapon, was the EFP, the explosively formed penetrator. I was there when that tactic and technique started to emerge, and the realization was it wasn't just jihadis putting together 155 rounds daisy chained. It was an entire state, a country with its apparatus able to mold steel in a way that was specifically designed to penetrate American armor and kill Americans. This was not, maybe we send them a couple of thoughts about how to build a bomb. This was Iran specifically passing technology and wherewithal and personnel into Iraq to kill Americans specifically. I know the number is said to be 600. A lot of us think it's higher than that, given the amount of capability they brought in. So they have been at war with us, whether we acknowledge it or not, for 47 years. The same goes in Afghanistan. Name the Islamist enemy, whether they are Sunni or Shia, because this is a Shia regime, Sunni or Shia, and Iran's been willing to harbor them as long as that group is willing to try to kill Americans. So the enemy of their enemy has been their friend as well in the Islamist world. So Iran, whether it's Iraq, whether it's Afghanistan, whether it's around the world, has been targeting Americans. And what they wanted in this context, and what President Trump would not tolerate, is a regime of that nature being closer and closer to nuclear capabilities, a capability they would have said they would want to use, and we ought to believe what our enemies say they would do if they got the most dangerous weapon in the world. So it's been across every theater that Iran's been a threat to America, and sometimes we have to remind folks of that, but thank goodness we have a commander-in-chief who, on behalf of this country, has internalized that and said, hey, we're going to do something about it.
Jerry, I do want to talk about the lessons learned question because it's important to me. I won't share particular tactical lessons, and the KC-135 incident is under investigation. But I do want to talk about how I think about this and how we think about it. And this is something that I'm pretty passionate about. I believe the Joint Force has to be a very fast learning organization. Early, often, and always. And so in each case, both at the strategic, operational, and tactical level, we've charged the Joint Force to look at themselves and say, what was our plan? Well, first, did we have a plan? Yes or no? The answer is always yes, because we plan for literally everything. Did we execute our plan? Yes or no? If we did it work? If not, why not? If we didn't execute our plan but did something better, what's the lesson learned associated with that? And then how do we quickly capture those lessons after every loss or every engagement and quickly adopt those lessons and then share them across the entirety of the Joint Force? And inside the Joint Staff, we've tasked our J7 Directorate under the lead.
Yeah, he is.
Zuski, a United States Marine.
Bro, it's $4 a gallon right here, Cup Top. What's up, Sean?
Capturing those those lessons in a proactive and not reactive way. In fact, we've got teammates from the J7 who are now spread out across the CENTCOM theater, both here in the States and forward, to ensure that in every opportunity, we do not miss a chance to grab that lesson and quickly accelerate it into the practice that we adopt inside the joint force, so that if there's a
demand for energy is exploding. In fact, 2024 was the biggest year of coal production in history. I know what you're thinking.
but we adapted across all of the combatant commands, not just INDOPACOM. And it's across all of the warfighting functions. I've asked them to look rigorously, to check our egos at the door, to remember this is about what's right, not who's right, and to be clinical around the way we look at lessons learned, because we owe it to the force to do that. Thanks for that question.
Absolutely. Brown check at the back.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Jonathan Dre with Roca Politics. As you said, at the end of this war, Iran will be without a missile or drone capability, a navy, or the ability to make nuclear weapons. Since the largest threat and sponsor of terror in the region will be incapacitated.
Let's see what's going on. So they're claiming that they're going to hold off. We'll see. It could just be somebody talking.
Fox News senior correspondent Jackie Heinrich just spoke with President Trump on the phone. And Jackie, what did you learn?
Well, I asked the president how he's feeling about these negotiations with that deadline just hours away. And he said, I really can't tell you how we're feeling right now because we're in the middle of heated negotiations. I said, so the conversation is happening then? He said, yes, of course. Why wouldn't they be talking, given the circumstances, basically? I asked him his view on this request from Pakistan's prime minister for a 2-week deadline. He said that he was about to be fully briefed on it in about 5 minutes, and said, I can tell you this, that this man, the prime minister, I know him very well. He's a highly respected man all over. This is what the prime minister had asked in that post that you referenced earlier. Diplomatic efforts for a peaceful settlement of the ongoing war in the Middle East are progressing steadily, strongly, and powerfully, with the potential to lead to substantive results in the near future. To allow diplomacy to run its course, I earnestly request President Trump to extend the deadline for 2 weeks. Pakistan, in all sincerity, requests the Iranian brothers to open the Strait of Hormuz for a corresponding period of time as a goodwill gesture. Now, as Caroline Leavitt said, the president has been made aware of this, and the White House will be sending its response. But of course, the deadline just a few hours away. We are also aware of a call he had with another outlet where he commented on what Iran has been doing in the interim, instructing civilians, women, children to line up in human chains outside of those power plants that would be targeted if all hell breaks loose tonight. He called that totally illegal. Well,
okay. Thank you for that update, Jack.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Hey, it's Mary Peltola here. We're in a Cessna 207. We're heading for Tuxtla Bay today. We're at the best.
They know that they have this half-baked plot that's unlikely to work. So why not send in the Americans? Have them pay for it, have their soldiers get slaughtered. Oh. By the way, that whole mission.
Fucking young Turks, I can't listen to that bitch. Let me see. Live news. Trump, Iran Strait of Hormuz.
An attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized
On behalf of the United States of America as president and also representing the countries of the Middle East, it is an honor to have this long-term problem close to resolution. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And then signs it President Donald J. Trump. So that
There's a ceasefire coming top.
of course, coming from the White House.
Ceasefire.
Himself on Truth Social, less than 90 minutes away from his deadline. Now we are seeing that extension play out in real time. And we are seeing the markets once again jump in futures. Dow futures right now up 400 points, S&P 500 up 55 points, and NASDAQ pointing to up over 240 points. So again, investors continuing to look at this, and we'll continue to digest that news. And we will wait for more updates, not only from the Trump administration, but the Department of Defense, as well as other policy makers. So stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox as we again bring you this breaking news of President Trump suspending the coming run for tonight. Remember, that deadline was set at 8 p.m. Eastern. He is now doing a 2-week ceasefire extension. So we are keeping an eye on all of those developments, but it just came down in the last moments, and we wanted to bring that to you as President Trump suspended the bombing for at least 2 weeks. Stay right here with us, everyone. More to come on Live Now.
All right. Well, ain't no point in watching the live feed cameras because we know that shit ain't gonna happen. That's a good thing. Replay that shit.
President Trump's leadership is the defense of Western civilization, the defense of the idea that children should be able to go to school and get educated and not indoctrinated, the defense of the idea that European and American families should be able to transport themselves and be able to afford to heat and cool their homes, the defense of the idea that we are founded on a certain Christian civilization.
I thought it was going to be a go, Dan. I really did. I thought it was going to be a go.
For minority rights and protection of the vulnerable. There is so much that unites the United States and Hungary, and unfortunately,
Pimp wanting a barbecue, god dang it.
Western civilization. Viktor Orban is the rare exception that is unfortunately
Bro, that's a good thing, man. Let's just see if gas prices come down now.
statesman. And we have seen so much talk in European capitals about the need to end the war in Russia and Ukraine, and we certainly agree with it. The war would have never started under if President Trump had been president 4 years ago.
You were right, Tex. You were right, sir.
Probably the two leaders who have done the most to actually end that destructive conflict have been Donald J. Trump and Viktor Orban in Hungary. And they've done it through diplomacy, through talking to people, through trying to understand what the Ukrainians and the Russians need.
Hey, it's a good thing, right? I don't want to see nobody die.
But I think that it is.
Oh, it's definitely not, Pimp. It's definitely not. We'll see what happens.
I've sat in.
It could be a trick. It definitely could be a fucking trick.
Far more important and constructive partner for peace than almost anyone anywhere else.
I bet them people standing outside that fucking
and the courage of the people.
I bet them people standing outside that power plant are like, can we go home now?
About this election. What has happened in this country, what has happened in the midst of this election campaign is one of the worst examples of foreign election interference that I've ever seen or ever even read about. The bureaucrats in Brussels have tried to destroy the economy of Hungary. They have tried to make Hungary less energy independent. They have tried to drive up costs for Hungarian consumers, and they've done it all because they hate this guy.
So I'll tell you right now, if y'all really want to track what's going on, go to. Let me shut JD up for a second. Yeah, one wrong move for sure. But if you want to track what's going on, go to your maritime ship tracker and track tankers. And you'll see if they start moving through the straits, then you know we're all right. If they don't, then, well, you know something's wrong. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I would just like for gas prices to get back to somewhat normal, you know, 230, 240 a gallon. And this shit just to kind of go away. But, you know, he talked all that tough talk. And then he didn't do nothing. I'm kind of with you on that, Chad. But then again, I don't want to see nobody, you know, taken out. Human life is a precious thing, man. And the older you get, the more you kind of understand that. And let me tell you, our service members that have perished due to these fuckers deserved some kind of retribution, some kind of, you know, payback. And I know people don't want to hear that, but there's plenty of people that never got to come home from Iraq and Kuwait and all over these fuckers. And like he said, 47 years of this shit been going on. And it's just, I don't know, man. Yes. Yep. You can track any of them. AIS is automatic identification systems, and it does track them, Drew. And it's a good way to see, you know, what boats are moving where and all that stuff. Now, when some of them turn that AIS off, but they're by law, they're not supposed to. But it is a good way to kind of, you know, judge what's going on and shit. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. It's been a while since I've had it. Maritime Global Ship Tracking. All right, so this is the website right here. Look at all the fucking boats that's out there. Holy shit. But that's all the ships. And the different flags or the different colors is different ships. Whoa, hold on. Libya and all that shit. Turkey. Italy. Greenland. Greece. Everywhere out there. Damn, it's a lot of ships. Let's find out what's what there. But Mayor Traffic Global Shipping Tracker. That's the one you're after. And they track them just like they do airplanes. A lot of shit out there, though. I'm just checking out the map right now. Oh, shit. Y'all ain't got to be mean to one another, goddammit. Persian Gulf. There's a lot of fucking boats in here, though, man. A lot of ships. And look at all of them. Wait. Nine hours and 10 minutes ago. I wonder if the red ones are the tankers. Okay, you have to have an account for the voyage planner. I don't know a lot about this because I haven't fucking went and checked them all out. But ship type. All right, so the ones in red, the red ones are tankers. That's a lot of fucking tankers, and I believe that is where they're choked off at. But look at all the fucking traffic out there. Holy shit. Arabian Sea. That's Oman, however the fuck you say it. Qatar. There's a lot of fucking tankers up in there. This one's cruising 11 knots. This one's at anchor. This one here stopped at anchor. That's fucking crazy. At anchor. A lot of them's anchored out. At anchor. You know, and here's something else too. They could have been they could have been wiping these motherfuckers out the whole time, and they haven't done it. Stopped. Jackie Glory. Vessel details. Marshall Islands. But anyways, if you want to track that shit, there you go. That's how you do it. Maritime Ship Tracker search. All right, y'all. Well, I guess we ain't going to get no fireworks tonight. I'm fixing to go fucking get him something to eat. I'll probably tune in to old David Hook. I don't know. We might hang out and watch old David Hook's staff show together or something. And then after that, I'll jump off. But there's a lot of tankers, bro. A lot of tankers. And they're parked. You know what I'm saying? So that's the one thing. Shit, I appreciate you riding out with me, man. I'm gonna play him, and then after that, I'll probably jump down because I'm gonna tell you, I like to hear what that dude's got to say. He doesn't bullshit around. You know what I mean? He tells you what you need to know. Hell, he's gonna be live here in 6 minutes. We might as well watch it. You know what I'm saying? We'll listen to another news. Hey, Deb. Well, thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate it. Well, it's important to us, man. We need to know what the fuck's going on, you know? And there ain't but certain people you can trust on here. A lot of these motherfuckers like to push a narrative about certain shit. Let me get the screen shared up over here. We'll finish listening to one of these news broadcasts here.
Or anti-Europe, not who's pro or anti the United States of
people for political reasons, career civil servants politically for illegal reasons.
It's not that.
Of the pre.
And to ensure that such unlawful conduct does not
their emotion. Stories that we have been following, and then we will come back with some other up the Strait of Hormuz.
You're going to have to fix before you fly it again? And how confident are you looking ahead to reentry?
I'm not sure I heard the end of the question. You talked about the.
So despite today's outcome, Bahrain, together with the
what the hell?
As his daughter, I loved him.
we will not relent in working to deter these unlawful attacks and to protect our citizens and residents of all nationalities. We will continue our efforts to safeguard freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz, ensure safe and lawful passage for international shipping, and support the recovery of regional and international markets and supply chains. And we will uphold our responsibility as sovereign states to protect our territorial integrity and to ensure that such unlawful conduct does not become an accepted.
Hey, Gina. Yeah, we're going to watch this David Hookstead live, and then after that, I'll probably jump off. Just glad to know. I'm glad to know that they've come to some kind of agreement for a little while anyway.
A choice to violate international law, attack vessels, and obstruct lawful navigation. The international community must stand with those affected by these unjustified actions and in defense of international law. So while it is regrettable that some have put political considerations before essential action, Bahrain and our regional partners will continue to take all steps necessary to
it is great.
our sovereignty and security. in accordance with Article 51 of the United Nations Charter. Our countries have exercised considerable restraint.
Now let's see if gas prices go down. If they don't open up the strait, though, I don't see that shit holding on.
But this restraint cannot be expected to continue without limit. Our rights under international law cannot be diminished by inaction, nor can accountability be avoided by turning a blind eye. I thank you.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate
Yeah, me. I'm
dealing with this resolution as through the leadership of Bahrain.
I kind of feel the same way now.
So the Security Council allows it to pass. But where do we go from here? And do you think the Russian and the Chinese draft resolution, which is in blue already, has any chances of remedying the situation that exists on the ground today?
As I indicated, when we were lobbying and working and drafting for Bahrain being the pen holder and also at the same time the president of the Security Council, we were facing a challenge. A challenge where
I don't know, Ringo. That's a good question. Let's go see.
Resolution, yet maintaining the unity of the Security Council as the president of the Security Council. So we will continue to be president for this month. Regarding the resolution, we'll go back to the drawing table again, and we will coordinate with our partners and take necessary steps to start mitigating and working on countering these challenges, ensuring the separation of the war from the attacks on our states, differentiating between them and differentiating between both from the Strait of Hormuz.
It just says Iran war live updates. Trump announces 2-week ceasefire, backing down from the threats of imminent devastation. President Trump announces a deal Iran shortly before his deadline for Iran to agree to reopen the Strait of Hormuz or face details. Devastation. Doesn't really say.
The Strait of Hormuz is a major waterway.
David, too late.
And we have to go back to probably Resolution 2817, which had a co-sponsors support from 136 countries. These co-sponsors, they are seeing the effect of the closure of the strait, and that the global economy is being hijacked. It is, and also the effect on the global South. So we need to work with them. We need also.
That's why I say you can. That's why I was saying something about tracking the Marine tracker, because that'll tell you everything. If you start seeing them tankers move, then you know that it's open back up. We'll see. I want to see who's going to be the first one to fucking start going through there, though. what you do is you find one that's from, United States or somebody who deals with the United States. Underway, use an engine. Let's see where this one's out of. The hell? Ain't nobody trying to see that shit. Departure time 2026-04 on the 6th. Oil and gas. Oh, I'm trying to share it with y'all. So this is in the Straits right here. This is where they had it choked off, is right through here. And you got all these different tankers and all. And you just watch them and see what's what. It'll tell you the destination on it when you get when you get on the top of it. From Africa. I don't know what the green ones are. Let's see what them are. Cargo vessels. All right, so the red are tankers and the green one are waiting for orders. See, that's a good one to watch then. They're waiting. Evergreen. It's stopped. Draft. See, they got a lot of fucking information on here about these Chinese crew. That's a Chinese boat. It stopped. It stopped. But we'll see, though, We will definitely see. And you can add certain ones to the fleet and check them, you know what I mean? And keep up with them and shit. So it just shows what's going on. You start seeing them boats start moving out of here, it's for real. It ain't it's not just a fucking thing. A hoax, as they say. He still ain't went live. This BS. Another 2 weeks, our gas being stupid high here in California. $7 a gallon. Well, gas always been outrageous and fucking. Oh shit, y'all ain't seen what I'm saying. Oh no. We'll go back to playing the news for a minute. No, he's not live yet. That's what I say. I didn't understand that. But then again, what time is it where you're at right now, pimp? Is it 7 o'clock where you're at? Because he may be behind her an hour. I don't know what y'all's time zone is.
Chef prepared restaurant quality meals designed by registered dietitians for your specific.
Iran is on the clock to make a deal with the United States or
7:08. So he's late then.
of key infrastructure.
All right, we're listening to this till it goes live. Dude.
With Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate.
All right, this one's with an Iran host.
Israel has agreed to also suspend its bombing campaign while negotiations continue.
I'll be right back up. Oh, there he goes.
There's
Can you hear me? Give me a, let me know if you can hear. Is the audio coming through? Yes. Okay, we're good. Obviously, I plan to do a live stream tonight on the massive attacks that were, I guess, going to unfold on the power plants and bridges. A lot of bridges were hit. And then right before, as I was getting my notes ready, getting ready to go, obviously, Trump announced a massive ceasefire. So we've got a lot to discuss here. We got a lot to get into. I'm going to shoot you all straight. I don't think this is not, quite frankly, the update that I think many people were expecting. I do not think that this is going to unfold the way people expect it is going to unfold. And quite frankly, this is
That's a good thing.
A horrible, horrible situation. Now I'm going to explain to you why, but we're going to give everyone a couple moments to get in here as this unfolds. Again, I expected this to be, we were going to monitor to the 8 p.m. deadline for the attack, the ultimatum, whatever you want to call it. People were calling it power plants and bridges day. Obviously, that is no longer occurring. So we'll give everyone an opportunity to roll in. Then we'll get right to the jump. We'll start with Trump's statement, and I'm going to explain to you why I think this is a massive, massive, huge mistake. And right after the ceasefire was announced, what did the Iranians go and do? They launched ballistic missiles at Israel. They're not taking any of these threats seriously. We are dealing with a rogue regime. So you can't have a ceasefire, and then as the ceasefire is announced, minutes after it's announced, I'm going to get the footage ready for you here, they go and fire ballistic missiles. So what are we doing here? What are we doing here? This is a disaster. If this situation unfolds like it looks like it's going to unfold, this is a disaster. In fact, I'm going to put up a poll, everyone, right now. We'll do a poll. We'll get the audience opinion. Is the ceasefire a good idea? All right, so the poll should be up. Let me see where it is. All right, 94% of you, 86% saying no, it is not a good idea. So these are the early reactions from the audience coming in right now. I see a lot of people saying Taco Tuesday. While we're waiting for everyone to get in, let me know in the chat where you're from, where you're watching from tonight. Let's see a lot of American flags. Our guys are still in danger. So, you know, they're still in an active theater war. Please make sure to subscribe. Like the video. That way we can get this out there to as many people as possible. And that way people can know the truth that is going on. What is going on? Buddy. We got over 8,000 people watching right now. Obviously, people have serious interest in what is unfolding on the ground at this moment. So the poll results right now, 76% of you are voting the ceasefire is a bad.
Hey, pimp, and you know what I noticed? I wasn't going to say it because I wasn't for sure. That fucking live feed camera is not live. It is not live.
Idea. So 76% of you are against the ceasefire. We'll give it to the 5-minute mark, and then we're going to roll in. I just don't want anyone to miss anything. I appreciate all the support you guys have been showing me
I'll be right back.
as the
Don't give us
war
5 minutes. I'll
has
be
been
right back.
unfolding. We've been doing the updates. Hey, guys, let's take a moment before we roll into this, because this is going to get lost in the attention now that the ceasefire is going to dominate. Let's give a round of applause for everyone involved with the rescue operation of the F-15 pilot who was rescued right away, and then the Wizzo, the weapons officer on board, the backseat guy who was rescued on Saturday night on the run inside Iran local time for about 48 hours. Everyone involved in that, incredible mission. You had Air Force PJs, Air Force Special Operations, 160th SOAR, SEAL Team 6, Delta Force going deep into Iran and getting our guys. So we got some super chats coming in. All right, we got enough people here. 5 minutes is up, so we're going to get into it. I'm going to put Trump's statement up on the screen right away. And it says, Donald Trump, this is his announcement to the world. Based on conversations with Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Azmin Munir of Pakistan, and wherein they requested I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran and subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran, agreeing to a complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. I agree to suspend the imminent attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. So he's literally saying the Iranians have to stop shooting as well. Keep in mind, they fired ballistic missiles the moment this was announced. So it says the reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives, and we are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-time peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all the various points of contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummate. On behalf of the United States of America as president and also representing the countries of the Middle East, it is an honor to have this long-term problem close to resolution. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So this is the deal that has been put out there. I'm going to explain this in the best way I can. All the Iranian government, the regime, the IRGC has to do is reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and they get to stay in power. I'm going to pull this off the screen at this moment. They get to stay in power. What were the goals? What were the goals of this military operation? And some of you might agree with me, some of you might disagree with me, but I'm just going to lay it out there for you. The goals were to make sure the Iranians could never get a nuke. They have roughly 1,000 pounds of near weapons grade enriched uranium that they still have. During this military operation, which lasted about 5+ weeks, we did not heavily strike their nuke facilities. The reason why is because we were likely preparing a ground operation to go in and seize it with tier 1 operators. So we were like, we don't want them to get a nuke. If they still have the enriched uranium, their breakout time to getting the bomb is unchanged. The uranium is believed to be enriched somewhere between 60 and 80%. So one of the objectives was make sure they can't get a nuke. Well, if they have the enriched uranium, then nothing has changed. Now, we said we wanted to destroy their Navy. We did that. That objective was completed. We said we wanted to destroy their Air Force. That objective was completed. We said we wanted to destroy their missile stockpiles and their ability to build missiles further. By the United States' own estimate, they have roughly 1,000 missiles left. Now, Iran went out and said, we got 15,000 left. Obviously, that's complete BS. But by the own U.S. intelligence assessments, they have 1,000 missiles left. So they get to keep their enriched uranium, which puts them right up to the threshold of having a bomb. They have 1,000 long-range ICBMs. Sorry, not ICBMs, ballistic missiles. They did lose their Navy. And they did lose their Air Force. But as we learned, and maybe it was a miscalculation on the part of the United States, they were able to choke point the Strait of Hormuz without their Navy. Here's another little piece of the puzzle that people might not like to hear, but it is 100% true. And in fact, I'm going to put it on the screen for you. When we killed the Ayatollah, which I am 100% in support of, he was a terrible, evil guy. When we killed him, his son, the new supreme leader, was seriously injured. This is the update on how injured he is. Let me get this on the screen for you. It says, missing Iranian Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khomeini is unconscious and unable to be involved in any decision-making, according to an intelligence memo, U.S. intelligence memo, weeks after he was severely injured in the U.S.-Israeli strikes that killed his father and ignited the war. Who's running the country right now? Who's running the country? I'll tell you who's running the country. It is the IRGC. The IRGC hardliners love the fact that the new supreme leader is in a coma and can't do anything. So now the most extreme people in the country are the ones who are running the show. And if they reopen the strait,
Miss Jenny,
then the ceasefire will hold. And the most radical people in the country, with their hands on the lever of power, with their 1,000 pounds of enriched uranium, with the people not free, there was no uprising. Remember when Trump first announced the video that you got to stay inside now, but eventually you will be able to go out and take to the streets? That never happened. They were never given the order to go rise up and take to the streets. And further, I see we got a bunch of super chats coming in. Like I said, we're doing $10 because we have almost 13,000 people, 14,000 people watching. I'm going to put this up on the screen right now. This is out of Jerusalem. Whoops, hold on. This is right now ballistic missiles coming in from Iran after the ceasefire was agreed to. Clearly, they're not listening. Clearly, they are not impressed whatsoever with this little ceasefire deal. Oh, here come more Iranian ballistic missiles. Again, after ceasefire deal was agreed to.
Oh,
here they come. So let me go to the poll.
No one tells you how it will feel.
Come on, David.
No one can prepare you for the loneliness.
The ceasefire deal. Now, some of you might say, I'll pull this down off the screen. We're going to start getting into some of the super chats here in a minute. Some of you might say, there's a big plan. There's a broader plan. This is a 2-week pause. We're going to rebuild, rearm, and as soon as the 2 weeks is up, we're going to go in hard, and that's when we're going to go in, and the people will rise up, and they'll be free. Historically speaking, when ceasefires like this are agreed to, the war never restarts. The markets stabilize, everyone pushes back from the table, they go home, and the wars don't restart. Now, that's not to say they couldn't. Obviously, they very much could. Iran is weak right now. Weak. Yes, they still have launch capabilities. Yes, they still have some ballistic missiles. But they are at the weakest they've ever been. And if there was a time to knock the dominoes over, it had to be now. And remember, I'm only reporting to you what Trump's own stated goals were. Get the uranium so they can never, ever build a nuke. They still got the uranium. We didn't even bomb their nuke sites this time around. So, and the people are still oppressed, which was the whole reason, in part, for this happening. So, quite frankly, I don't know what the plan here is. But if this ends in this fashion, with the most extreme IRGC officials in control, with the people, they're going to be more oppressed than they've ever been before. Because now, whatever little power the IRGC didn't have,
they have it.
They got it all now. The only way this was going to work is they had to be completely uprooted like the cancer they are and destroyed. And instead, all we did at the end of the day, as of right now, things can change. We killed the supreme leader. The other supreme leader, the new one's in a coma. So he's completely removed from the equation. He has no ability to influence anything. So now power falls to the IRGC, the worst people in the country, the people who mowed down their own citizens back in January. That's who's running Iran right now. And if they open the strait, the war's over. They get their uranium. They have roughly 1,000 missiles or so left. They will have complete and total control. It will be more crazy than it was before, significantly more crazy than it was before.
Just
and they are
hold on,
going to
pimp.
race
Not so fast, baby.
to get a bomb. They are going to race to get a bomb. They'd be stupid not to. If we were in their position where we had the enriched uranium, but we didn't have nukes yet, and a country attacked us, and then we got a ceasefire, we would race to a bomb too. Anyone with an IQ above room temp would do the exact same thing. So I am very skeptical that this is going to work out in a fashion that is anything other than a complete and total failure strategically and for this country. It is already for the people of Iran. If this is the end, the people of Iran are going to be in a horrible situation, and we will have failed them. President Trump told them to take to the streets. He told them to rise up in January. They were slaughtered, gunned down, brutally killed.
Yeah, and he told him.
And then he said, help is on the way. We're coming. We got your back. And now we have a ceasefire. The IRGC is in control. They still have launch capabilities. They still were able to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. This is a failure by any and all metrics.
Bro, he's trying to get the civilians away from the fucking power plants, is my guess. And he's still going to fucking bomb the shit out of them. If you ask me, I think all this is just a play and a trick. Because if he bombs them fucking power plants with all them people around there, we know what people are going to do, right? And how they're going to act. We'll see. I may be wrong, but I think it's a fucking play. I think he's still going to bomb these motherfuckers.
I'm being told that Israel has agreed to the ceasefire as well. I'm being told Israel has agreed to the ceasefire as well. So let's get to some super chats, and then we're going to get into updates as they're rolling. We got 15,000 people here, guys. If you're not already subscribed, hit the subscribe button. We're almost at 400,000 subscribers. I think we're going to cross it during this live stream. And make sure you like the video so that the truth can get out there and people can know what is going on. All right, let's roll through some super chats. All right, Trump either dropped the ball or, okay, I can't read that on air. I'm going to get in trouble. When they least expect it. You tell us. Thank you, 1999 from Cameron Cash. Look, I don't think there's some 4D chess play here. I really don't. I don't think, again, historically, when ceasefires like this happen, the war's over. They don't generally restart. There's some isolated examples, but generally they hold. And the IRGC has just been gifted the deal of a lifetime. Reopen the strait. It was open before the war started. Reopen the strait. You guys are in control now. I know we said we're negotiating with someone who's way smarter and way more brilliant. We never found out who that was. Make no mistake about it. The IRGC is running the country. The most radical people in Iran have more power than they have ever had before. And guess what? They're the ones with all the guns. So it is a fantasy that the people of Iran who don't have firearms are going to rise up during this 2-week ceasefire and overthrow the government. All that's going to happen is a repeat of what we saw in January, with some estimates as high as 45,000 innocent people got murdered. So, and they told everyone, you get on the streets, we'll just kill you. You get on the streets, we'll shoot you in the face. We don't care. Those are the people in control in Iran right now.
Damn it, man.
With their missiles, with their drones, with the ability to shut down the Strait of Hormuz, to a degree, we, I guess, did not want to use the military to reopen it. So I am, that is quite frankly to me, it's a failure on so many different levels if this is how this holds. Eagles fan Clark, he's been a member for 3 months. This is it. We got a membership you can join too. This is a terrible idea. Iran will just keep striking. Iran will never surrender, unfortunately. Trump took a bad deal. That is my greatest fear. My greatest fear here is that we push back from the table and said, reopen the strait. The markets will stabilize. War's over. And then we kick the can down the road. And again, I can't stress this enough. They have all of their enriched uranium, all of it. None of it was, there was all this talk about a special operations raid. We're going to go in with Delta Force. We're going to go in with SEAL Team 6, and we're going to take the uranium, and then we're going to leave and declare victory. If we had done that and it worked, that would have been infinitely better than this, because we can deal with ballistic missiles. We can take that. We can deal with that. But they are going to race to get the bomb. And they would be the dumbest people on the planet if that's not what they did. All right, what do we got here? Tony, 2A Bet, one of the biggest supporters of the channel for $10. Thank you very much. Tony, you are great. I really appreciate all your support. Says, not a good idea to give the Iranians this chance to get better targeting info and also give an opportunity to rebuild their capabilities. I do believe this needs to end somewhere, but I don't think it's here. 100%. Keep in mind what he's talking about there with targeting information is the Russians and the Chinese have been feeding the Iranians targeting information. That's how they got our planes in Saudi Arabia. That's how they've been able to get way more precise and accurate strikes, because the satellite data from the Russian and the Chinese, they're tracking where our planes are, they're tracking where our ships are, and they're feeding that information to the Iranians, who are then using it to strike targets across the region. So I agree with you 100%. This is all we're doing is if this is how it ends, we will have to go back in 100%, because everyone agrees they can't have a bomb. Every liberals, conservative, Europe agrees with it. All of the Middle East agrees with it. But we didn't take care of the one thing that mattered most, the enriched uranium. Again, we didn't even bomb their nuke facilities in this war.
Right now.
Why didn't we bomb them? Because the whole idea was we'll do a ground operation, and if you bomb them and
They're
collapse
hitting
the
Lebanon
tunnels
right
in,
now.
you make the ground operation and the excavating to get through that much more difficult. So the strategic decision was made. We're not going to bomb the nuke sites. We're going to go in, boots on the ground. We want them actually intact so it's easier for our guys to get through. Well, that didn't happen, obviously.
They are bombing Lebanon.
So as you guys
right
can
now.
tell, I'm very fired up. Not going to pretend like I'm not.
That's just not
we
gonna
crossed
hold people.
400,000 subscribers. Thank you very much. We have crossed 400,000 subscribers. All right, I am getting information in on my phone at this moment. Hold on.
They're hitting Lebanon.
Just got to
right
check
now.
it. Make sure it's correct. And guys, look, I've always told you, I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm not someone who's going to go out there on camera and just lie to you because it's good for views, good for clicks, good for likes. Although you definitely should like this video. I'm here to analyze the information we have. And the information in this situation is we got nothing other than the strait being open. A strait that was open before the war started. I can't stress that enough. Yes, we did eliminate their Air Force. Yes, we did eliminate their Navy. We did not get all their missiles, and they still have all the enriched uranium. So let me do this. Well, let's start another poll. 68% of you are against the hold on. All right, I'm gonna let you guys weigh in. Is this victory for America? Is this victory for America? Let's see. We got the poll results running in. 86%, 89, 85% of you are voting no. All right, we got a lot of super chats, so I'm going to get through them here. We'll postpone attacks on civilian power plants forever because the military's own rules prohibit attacking these targets, and they won't follow illegal orders. Iran has nothing to worry about. So it's actually a little bit more nuanced than that. So yes, a lot of people have been talking about war crimes, war crimes, war crimes. If a power plant is used only for civilian purposes, striking that, yes, can absolutely be a war crime. If that power plant is used to fund and promote whatever you want to say, if it is a vital military interest, dual use is the term. Dual use. That's a term everyone should know. It means, yes, it has a civilian use, but it has a military capability as well, which pretty much every power plant in Iran does. That's just the fact of the matter. Just like a lot of these science buildings that build material for ballistic missiles, those are all military targets. They are actively engaged in the building of arms, which makes them military targets. Power plants, if they are in any way tied to the military, IRGC, are 100% legal military targets. So that it's a bit of a nuanced situation. All right, what do we got here? Medea says it's go time. Happy Tuesday. I don't know what that means. Who's Medea? Who is Medea? Am I missing something there? If I am, I apologize. We regimed change to the IRGC. Taco Tuesday. That's literally the point I was making at the beginning of this video. And I'm sure a lot of you are like, why are you all fired up? Why are you this fired up? The worst people in the country, the IRGC, are running the country now. It used to be under the
Supreme they're bombing
leader.
them right now.
You had the Supreme Leader. You had the IRGC.
That's why I say this
you had
shit's not over
political
with.
elements. You had a couple different warring factions, and the Supreme Leader, who was a horrible, horrible guy, deserved what he got. His death was a huge victory for the world. Ultimately, had the influence and power to keep certain factions in line and in bay. He was the ultimate authority. His dipshit son, who's in a coma, has none of that authority and none of that respect. The political wing has been straight up told by the IRGC that if they don't do what the IRGC wants, the IRGC will just kill them. Just like they killed the civilians. Make no mistake about it, folks. Make no mistake about it. The IRGC is in complete and total control of the country. They are going to determine when weapons are fired. They are going to determine who lives or dies, and they will rule with a worse iron fist than what the Supreme Leader did, which is pretty crazy because the Supreme Leader was one of the worst dictators in the world. So this, my friends, is not good at all. All right, let's get to some more. We got Cameron Cash, 866 for $20. Thank you very much. So what you're saying is it's bad news more than likely. I don't understand why he keeps falling for it. And I'm a supporter, by the way, by not a hater. They just keep walking the dog, it seems like. I don't know. Maybe he thinks Iran will violate, maybe if you're being generous, maybe Trump thinks Iran is going to quickly violate the ceasefire. And then that gives him the ability to go in and just bomb the hell out of them like he claimed he was going to do here. And then he can be justified in doing it. And he can say, look, we had a deal. They violated the deal.
All right.
And so now I get to go full gloves off. Problem is, what if, they did launch on Israel. I doubt the ceasefire is going to be over because of that. I doubt it. What happens if they say, yeah, we'll open the strait? For staying in charge, for getting to keep the uranium, we'll open the strait. It's the best deal ever. Yeah, sure. A bunch of our guys got killed. We lost a bunch of generals. We lost a bunch of political leaders, the Supreme Leader. We lost our intel people. But the hardliners, they still exist. And they're still there. All this guarantees
All right, y'all. Y'all have a good night, man. This shit is beyond fucking wild. I don't know. I don't want nobody to perish, but damn, this shit's got to come to an end. And we'll see. I think they're bluffing. I think it's going to fucking end badly, but we'll see. Y'all have a peaceful night, and we'll till next time.